And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday, number 24. I'm, of course, your Light VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to another weekly broadcast. Here we go, our second broadcast of the day, pappy. Oh my god, we were live earlier today with the CranKy Pro Series show match between Clem and ByuN. It was an amazing show match. It was back and forth, very intense, high quality TVP. I recommend it. And now we are here with even more amazing StarCraft as we are jumping into our first series. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live. We are jumping into our first series of the night and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. Jimmy, oh my god. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is, pappy. It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Coming into this, I got a lot of faith in Jimmy. Of course, Jimmy has been on the rise as of late. He's been getting some very, very strong results. But what I will say is that Rebellion, despite the fact that he's been competing for a long time, in recent months, he has been improving. He has been improving. We have taken note of certain and better results that Rebellion has been gaining here. So I do want to believe this is going to be an intense series, an intense back and forth. I want an ace match. That's all I want. I just want the ace match. We'll see if we can get there. Here we go. And so now, Probe Scout. Probe Scout is coming in for Rebellion. He will confirm the placement of the second pylon. So with this confirmation, he knows no proxy. There is no proxy. Both pylons are in the main base. Is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Jimmy, but just 2 gateways with the pylon in the main. Likewise, Jimmy also moves out with his own Probe Scout, likewise confirming 2-gate opener, and likewise confirming second pylon also in the main base. Again, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because the second pylon is what you would use to proxy. So if there was a proxy Robo, if there was a proxy Stargate, if there was a proxy, gateway and 4-gate all in, then the second pylon would not be in the main base. So that is what players are looking for when they go in for their scout. So they do dip in, they do confirm. Likewise, we get eyes on the third pylon of choice. Third pylon is down here on the low ground. Jimmy is setting up for the expansion, and alas, Rebellion does confirm this as well. Trying to get a read on the first unit of choice, does confirm the Sentry. Nice scout. Again, Sentry Stalker, pylon block as well to delay the expansion. Sentry Stalker opener out of one player. Rebellion, he goes for, I believe, yes, Sentry Stalker into the faster expansion. Nexus on the way, a little bit faster. Rebellion, Jimmy's was blocked. So Jimmy's slightly delayed, slightly going to be later here for our green Protoss player. We'll see if he can make up for it. As my eyes are on this probe. Hello, Jimmy. What's going on? Does keep his probe hidden for the time being here at the gold location, and we'll see if we are a little bit cheeky with it. So we are still expanding, so no crazy one base all in, but the probe is throwing down a pylon, is setting up a proxy. Let's go. Now with this pylon, we can reinforce across the map. We might go for a second gateway. We might set up a 3-gate opener here to be hyper aggressive early on, and Jimmy can apply a lot of pressure here and potentially even break the natural. So we'll keep an eye on this pylon. We'll see if Jimmy comes back and throws down a gateway. So we'll keep an eye on Jimmy. Likewise, Hallucination dips in, confirms the opener. It is going to be the Twilight Council. Twilight Council is later for Jimmy. Expansion is later for Jimmy. Rebellion so far is in a better position. Faster expansion, faster attack, faster blink as a result. So everything's slightly faster. Likewise, Rebellion also throws down a safety 3rd gateway as well, so is playing safe. We'll have extra weapons available. We'll be looking quite secure here so far from the side of Rebellion. Looking quite secure. As the hallucination scouts continue, Jimmy does reinforce, doesn't throw down a gateway, but does reinforce nonetheless. He's got 4 stalkers, he has 3 sentries. The goal here is the force field to try to slice up the army and catch out Rebellion. Right now, force fields are king because there is no blink. Oh, there is no blink. Blink is still not yet done, so locking down an army here can be brutal, can be devastating. But now dipping in. Getting a couple of shots up. Force fields locked down 2 of those stalkers. Can he get them? Up, he can get one, and he can get the other as well. 2 stalkers will fall. A sentry is also very nice pick here by Jimmy. Jimmy not losing anything. Doesn't lose a single unit, and he's not stopping. He's not done. Keeps on pushing. Locks down another stalker. This time trading 1 for 1. Shield battery is done. When he cannot break through that shield battery, alas, Jimmy bleeds out a lot of units, but he does get adepts into the main. Two adepts into the main base, they get 1 probe kill so far. 2 adepts taking 1-shot probes, and behind this, we're not done. I assumed it was going to be Blink. My apologies. It is not Blink Stalkers. We're getting into a Dark Shrine. Cheeky move here by Jumi, and currently, I believe, 0 detection. 0 detection, the checkmate move. Once the Dark Shrine finishes, that's going to be game. That's going to be game then and there. This is something that does occur here. It's a dynamic in PvP. Personally, I'm not too fond of it, but the reality is you can straight up just force a GG. We've seen herO tap out. We've seen Max Packs tap out. There are times in PvP where you do delay your tech, you do delay your detection, and you can just die. You can just die here and now to what comes next, to the Dark Templar. And the reality is that there is 0 way to deal with this DT. As Rebellion goes for a 3rd base before the Robo. And let's follow this Dark Templar. As DT is waddling in into the main base, Robo just now gets thrown down. And we swipe away. We swipe away for, yep, GG gets called. 0 way to deal with it, and Jumi takes the game. GG, well played. Jumi does go for the DTs. 0 detection for Rebellion, and that is an insta GG. Again, it happens to all Protoss players out there. It's happened to Max Packs, happened to herO, happens to the best of us. GG. GG, well played. Jumi does kick things off with the win. Does kick things off with a win here. And even leading up to that, it was just a really intense back and forth between Jumi and Rebellion. Jumi was already out trading Rebellion, getting worker kills with the Adepts, keeping Rebellion distracted. And alas, Rebellion, he did decide to cut that corner. He chose to go for that 3rd Nexus before that Robo. It happens. Does happen. GG, well played. With that, so we're getting into our next game, getting into game number 2. This is one of those things that can be punished, and it doesn't happen too often, right? Like, it's not too often that you get punished for going for, you know, a slightly faster 3rd base. It's a risk that you sometimes take. I would also say that it was a little bit on Rebellion with his hallucination scouts to confirm that the Twilight Council was never researching. That would have been a tell. Seeing no research from that Twilight Council would have confirmed that something was wrong, something was amiss. But alas, we're now getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Jumi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Well, if you saw the Shimmer could have force field, adapt, it would have been enough time anyway. Yeah, like, there's like little things you can try to do, but the problem is that the Robo was so late anyway. Like, you can try to force field the ramp, you can try to body block the pylon that's over the Robo. Like, there are things you can attempt to do, but it's, yeah, at that point it is kind of over. Unfortunately, and again, it happens to every Protoss player out there. We've seen every Protoss player fall to that kind of build. It's one of those things where it does happen a little bit less often in recent times because of the most recent patches with the popularization of Sentry Openers and Hallucination Scouts. It is a little bit easier to confirm and to scout a Dark Shrine or to scout missing tech or lack of upgrading building. So they have made it a little bit better in recent year, in the last year. We're in the last year now, you have more tools in PvP to scout and to confirm, but it still happens. Like, it still does happen. It still does occur. It's one of those things that does plague certain matchups. It happens in PvP. It happens a little bit in PvT as well. In PvT, it's a much smaller window, but we have seen games where you can go for a proxy Dark Shrine Twilight Council opener, and if you hit just as the Terran Mules, that's game. Just as the Terran Mules, if you can hit then and there, then you can just end the game. And that's happened as well. Like, we've casted like ByuN died to that, and we've casted, I want to say, Cure as well, like some of the other top Terran players. It is a little bit more difficult to pull off, but that's also, yeah, it's also possible. The opposite is true as well. Banshee openers, there are certain Banshee-based openers that can also end the game against Protoss in TVP, where Banshee shows up, no detection, and you get like 11 plus probe kills, and you just end the game. Meanwhile, proxy Stargate. Okay, we open up with a proxy. Now, this is not an all-in. This is a way to get ahead in the series. This is a way to deal economic damage and to kick things off with a lead. So Jumi does start things off with a cheeky opener. We do see Rebellion going for his own hallucinated scout. He does confirm that the expansion has yet to be taken, and likewise that the tech is not yet thrown down either. Interesting. So this is a tell that something is wrong. Rebellion, he already has a robo, he already has the expansion as well. Rebellion should be thinking, where's your money being spent, right? Like, what's going on here? You don't yet have, you have a later expansion, you don't have any tech, something is a little bit wrong, and it should be ringing alarm bells here for Rebellion. As the Depths come into the shade. Ooh, and they're going to be shut down. JiMi making a mistake here. It does overextend. And the Depths will fall. So Depths do go down. Likewise, Oracle's on the way. Rebellion setting up his own delayed Stargate. This is a build that he does like to whip out. Players like Rebellion and Lunacy as well. So he's going for delayed Stargate, delayed Oracle. But the first one is already here. Now, thankfully, there's a shield battery. Shield battery's in position. Rebellion, he should be okay. Now, because this is delayed Oracle, JiMi won't be ready. Like, that's the power of this delayed proxy Stargate, is that because it's so much later, because it is quote-unquote inefficient, it does actually catch the opposing player with their pants down. Like, it's actually really, really cool. We've seen, again, Rebellion and Lunacy do this every now and then, and sprinkle this into the series. So not the first time we've seen this build from Rebellion. Meanwhile, the double Oracle is banking up. Now, the reason why we want to wait for a second Oracle is because one shield battery does, for the most part, nullify the damage of one Oracle, but two Oracles, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot. So Rebellion is vulnerable, he is exposed, his army is at the natural, his army is on the main, and we're waiting for JiMi to pull the trigger. And here comes JiMi. Diving into the main base. The probes are getting one-shot. Gets 2, 3, 4 so far, getting up to 5, getting up to 6. Up, up. Barely will get a 6th, and barely not a 7th. Will pull away, doesn't lose any Oracles. Nice damage so far here by JiMi. Meanwhile, Rebellion about to do something similar here. Now, there are some Stalkers in position. Now, the reason why there would be Stalkers here is JiMi, he, I believe, saw the robo. He saw the robo, so he might be thinking there's a prism, which there is, and he might be getting ready for a prism drop. So that is what JiMi, in his mind, would be preparing for. Less so the Oracle, more so the War Prism. That's the downside of this build, is it does kind of coincide with Prism Harass. So the Oracle dives in. We'll get a couple of probe kills already. So far, so good. Getting 3. Getting 4. Bearing in mind, this is only one Oracle as well. So 4 compared to 6, not bad. Not bad here by Rebellion. Gets 4 probe kills. Problem is, though, JiMi's not done. JiMi, he's not done. He still has those 2 Oracles active out on the map. Rebellion, likewise, building up on 2 bases. Building up his immortal counts, and I would not be surprised if Rebellion is about to go into Glaives. Now, if he goes into Glaive at Eps, it's going to be a 2-base all-in. This will be a 2-base all-in here from Rebellion to commit. He does recall the Oracle back home. Proxy gets found. And JiMi's just taking an expansion. He's just building up, taking another expansion, getting into +1 and Blink, prioritizing and relying here on a gateway-centric army from the side of JiMi. And it is not Glaives, it is Blink. Okay, this tells us that Rebellion most likely will expand. Yep, here we go. Is expanding, he's taking his 3rd base. We're building up towards a longer and later game. Now, there are a couple of differences, I should say, between JiMi and Rebellion right now. One, JiMi does have map control. He has Blink, he has a larger Stalker army, he has a more mobile army as well. And right now, it's on JiMi to poke in, maybe avoid the main army and head into the natural, Blink into the main, just try to pull Rebellion apart. It's on Rebellion to be the defender. So, JiMi's the aggressor, Rebellion's the defender. We'll see if he can keep up, as he will build up his immortal count. So far, he's holding on. Now, even though Rebellion has a smaller Stalker army, the Immortals do make up for that. They try to at least. And the first Immortal is not going to go down, but the second will. And Immortal does fall. Stalkers, they do blink away. The Prism, oh! The Prism! Misclick! Oh my god. Prism does fall. Boy's being pulled away. Stasis doesn't quite go up. Bit of a messy engage here from from JiMi. Does get some nice pickoffs. And will escape. Bleeding out. Ooh, 10 Stalkers. That's a lot of Stalkers. Has a lot of Stalkers going down for JiMi. Still does enjoy a greater economy. Rebellion just getting his own up and running. And Rebellion holds. Does hold, does preserve at least one Immortal. Ooh, Stasis did go off in the... it did go off in the natural. Stasis denied into the main, thankfully. Oh no! Oh my god, barely doesn't go off, takes down both Oracles. Nice cleanup here by Rebellion. Jumi slipping up. Jumi does slip up, bleeds out both Oracles. Looking for another dive in. Behind this, working towards +2. Charge, Robo, still a very gateway-centric composition. Again, the advantage for Rebellion is that Immortal. And he only has one. I'm a little bit concerned that he's not making any more. He's not making additional Immortals, which is concerning. There we go. Glaives are on the way. Gateway explosion as well. Throwing down 4 extra gateways. This tells us a Rebellion he's most likely going to commit. Looks like he's going to commit here. And looking to hit a strong timing. Ooh, Stasis goes off. Massive connection. Jumi getting caught out. Yeah, Jumi in a bit of trouble here. Will take his own 4th. Likewise, so is Rebellion. But Glaive is going to be a strong timing here for our blue Protoss. Now, Glaive Adepts, they do a great job at tanking. They do a great job just tanking shots, avoiding the main army, getting into mineral lines, of course. But they don't really scale too well as the game progresses. Which is why I'm assuming that he's going to commit with this. And try to hit his timing. Like, as we get into a higher Archon count and Disruptor counts, that's when Adepts are going to fall off real fast and real hard. That's where Zealots hold more value. Rebellion going for the proxy pylon. Let's go. Hidden pylon outside of the 4th. Jumi rotating around. Looking for a way in. He does split up his army. He has Stalkers on the right. He has Zealots towards the left. And what can he get done? So far, he's distracting the main army. Oh! Does keep Rebellion busy, and he's going for the base. He's going for the 4th, and he will knock it down. 4th base is going to fall. Does force a cancellation, but he doesn't care. Yeah, Rebellion doesn't care. He's trying to move out. At the same time, they force back home. Jumi buying time. Going for the pylon. Depowers 2 gates. Going further into the main, knocking down another pylon. And this is all just delaying reinforcements, delaying the army. There's a recall. And back at home, Jumi warping in as much as he can, saves 4 Stalkers. We have Wall of Cannons, shield batteries on the way, Bay as well for Disruptors. And here comes Rebellion. He will expand behind this, but Glaives are done. So reinforcing with the depths, massing up his Immortals. He's pushing out with that Prism. And we'll see if Jumi can keep up. Once he does find that pylon. Does find the pylon. Main army rotates. Jumi doesn't quite spot the rotation.
Working environment.
Oh, trying to keep up. Trying to. Stasis does go up. Catching out a good chunk of Zealots. At the same time, Adepts are wreaking havoc here. They're just pulling Jumi apart. 9 probes going down. A main army moves in. At the same time, Jumi also gets into the mineral line. Probes are pulling from both players. But who has a greater army? Again, that's still 2 Immortals here for Rebellion. Archons are dishing out a lot of damage. I have to pull back to the shield batteries. Side defense, they're coming into play. Jumi pushing in. He's got that shield battery support. He has this more. The Archons are immortal. As finally one Archon goes down. It takes down the Immortal though. And Jumi, he's going to take this fight. He's going to take it. Again, pulling back to those shield batteries helped him so much. And he will clean up what little remains. He gets a bit of concave. Has reinforcements. Takes down the entire army. The Immortal falls. GG gets called. And Jumi, he will hold. He will survive. He will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Jumi. He will claim the series. Game 1 did end quite quickly, quite abruptly, but here in Game 2 we had more of a back and forth. We had an interesting build out of Rebellion. Alas, he was still having a hard time keeping up with the mobility of Jumi. Jumi did a great job at harassing, at buying time, sniping key units here and there, and delaying the push of Rebellion. By the time Rebellion moved out, Jumi, he was able to take advantage of his greater economy, the higher worker count, the faster bases, and eventually overwhelm. Did overwhelm. GG, well played. Congratulations. Jumi will claim the series. And the question becomes, what's next? The question becomes, who is next? Let's find out. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Here we go. We have a lot of updates here. We have a little updates so far in the bracket, but from the top, we have the #1 seed of the tournament. Shouldn't be a surprise. We have Clem. Clem, he is waiting here at the top of the standings, waiting for the winner of Geralt and Milky Cow. Best of luck. Best of luck to all players involved as as Clem is lying in wait for his next opponent. Sorry, just setting up the players for the next match. Scrolling down, we have Bunny. Bunny takes down his opponent. Creator takes down Luciano, and we have Bunny versus Creator in the round of 16, currently facing off in a best of 3. Best of luck. That's going to be a spicy series. Scrolling down, Classic. Classic is up against Nickrack. Nickrack takes down Percival 2-0. Big win there for Nickrack. Nicely done. Very strong performance, as he is now up against Classic in the next round. SHIN takes down Volt Warrior, and next we have our series. SHIN versus Jimmy is going to be coming up next on the channel in a spicy PvZ. I did foresee this match coming, and I did want to try to jump on it ahead of time. Again, Jimmy has been looking very impressive as of late. Jimmy has recently defeated Rogue. He's recently taken down a Solar. SHIN is next, right? When I think of the Zerg players over in Korea, I think of SHIN, Rogue, Solar, and Dark. And SHIN, he's up next on the chopping block here. Can Jimmy take down another Korean Zerg, or will he fall at the hands of SHIN? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Scrolling down, we have the rest of our matches. We have the second half of the bracket. We have herO. herO is the #2 seed of the tournament. So Clem is #1. herO is #2. Can anyone stop Clem and herO from facing in the finals? We're here to find out. Ryung is up against herO in the first series. We have SKillous versus Prome. We have ByuN waiting for the winner of SKillous and Prome. Likewise, herO waiting for the winner of Ryung and herO. We have Cure waiting for the winner of Nice and Art. We have Solar taking down Employment. Hearthstone takes down Triple. And we have Solar versus Hearthstone in the round of 16. That is another series that I had my eye on. Basically, I had to choose between Hearthstone versus Solar or SHIN versus Jimmy. And what did decide it for me is the first series, the first round series. Jimmy versus Rebellion was more enticing to me than some of the other first round matches. So that is how I came to that decision. But yes, that's going to be another really good match though. So I do hope that someone is covering it, whether it's another language caster, whether it's Wardy. Shout out to Wardy. Wardy is also casting in English, of course, covering his own matches. We have our own instead. Have our own matches. And again, we're going to be focusing here towards the upper half of the bracket. SHIN versus Jimmy into Classic and Nickrack, into the winner of that, into the upper portion of the bracket. That is where our attention lies. Now, are we missing anyone? Well, this week there's no Dark. There's no Dark, and there's also no Max Packs. So no Max Packs, no Dark. Those are the two that come to mind when it comes to our more or less regulars. I mean, Dark isn't really regular in this tournament, but I guess Max Packs is, and he's not quite here this week. But everyone else, I believe, is here. I don't quite notice many others that are absent. But regardless, we have some high-quality lineups here and signups, and yeah, we'll see. Actually, Zaun, right? I don't think Zaun is here. True. There's been a lot of hype around. I'm a big Zaun fan. Big Zaun fan, a lot of hype around Zaun, but Zaun, he is not here this week, unfortunately. So hoping he can wake up for the Monday cast. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. As we are setting up for our next match. Just measuring the players, vetoes are underway. And we might have a little bit of downtime here. Might have a bit of downtime as we do have to wait for our players to prepare. Likewise, it isn't just Wardy, of course, but we have, I believe, Coca. I believe Coca is going to be following Clem as best he can. Is going to be following those matches. Who else do we have this week? We have Rex, of course. Rex also casting, and Pommy also casting. So shout out to all the other language casters. I'm sure they're all covering and following their own players. Rex also usually follows other Zerg players, so he should be all over Solar's match, I would imagine. Actually, let's confirm. Let's open up Rex's stream. Where is he? God, I have to zoom in. Who's he casting? Yeah, he's casting Hearthstone versus... There you go. I assume so. So if you want to check out Hearthstone versus Solar, Rex, he's got you covered. Which shouldn't be a surprise. Again, Rex usually does follow those kind of players, or he does latch onto a Zerg whenever he can, and he just follows them into their series. So Rex is on Solar. And I have confirmation, Wardy, he's on Ryung versus Honmono. He's on the TBT. I mean, is it a TBT when Honmono's involved? It's Terran versus Ape, but yeah, no. Es de Honmono. Meanwhile, it looks like Vidas are done, and we are jumping into our second series of the night. Let's go. We're jumping into our ZVP. And again, coming into this, SHIN is going to be the favored player, but at the same time, I can see this going to the Ace match, and I can even see this going the way of the Protoss. Oh boy. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg from South Korea, representing Diamond Gladiators. It is SHIN. Poor Honmono coming up against the TBT sniper Tuna King. True. Oh my god, that's like best case scenario for Ryung. Unironically, all the Terrans, and we're popping off with the proxy. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, Jumi, he has been getting some very good results as of late. He took down Rogue, I think it was last week, in the WardiTV February event, and he also went to town against Solar as well. Like, Jumi has been looking very strong in this matchup. He also took down a Laser. We'll see how he compares to SHIN as we're popping off with a proxy. 2 gateways and a forge for some cannons alongside it. He's an animal, so he's going for a cannon rush with zealots to support. Remember, no gases. It's purely proxy, zealots, and cannons. And Jumi, he does actually rotate over to make it look like he's coming in for a proper scout. Overlord is on the hunt, and the Overlord will confirm. Gonna take an extra second or two, but he will get eyes on the pylon. And SHIN knows. SHIN, he now knows what's going on. SHIN, he does pull the boys. Bit of a later reaction here by SHIN. Took a couple of seconds. The pylon is going to finish up. Uh-oh. Yeah, the pylon is done. SHIN is on patrol, trying to block any kind of cannons. He's patrolling. The Zealots are on the way. And the purpose of the Zealots, of course, is to make sure these cannons, they get up and running. And we have to throw them down soon. The creep is about to spread. There we go. There's the first cannon. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 cannons on the way. The creep is spreading. Boys are being pulled, and can these Zealots protect those cannons? Can they protect? They're trying to, but the drones are on the other side. The cannons are exposed. Zealots, oh no, they get surrounded. But who surrounds who? These Zealots are trading well. Yeah, drones are going down. SHIN, this is getting brutal. This is becoming far too much. 6 drone kills already. Cannons, one of them will complete. The other goes down. Zealot racing back, and this is going to be dealt with. Yeah, we're going to clean this up. Probe does fall. And the final cannon is going to be cancelled. SHIN holds. SHIN did lose 8 drones in the process, but that's worth it. That's worth it because everything here is proxy. There's nothing at home. There is nothing back at home. There's no expansion. There's no follow-up. Jumi is all in, and this is not good enough. Not yet. Yeah, the Zealots are going to be rolling in. They head towards the bases. Head into the mineral line. I mean, these 4 Zealots, they can trade well. True. Lings, they do. Oh, they depower. They depower the gateway. Queen does fall. For a Zealot, there's 3 Zealots left. Nice shuffling here by Jumi. Does shuffle around. Can't get surrounded though. Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, 1 Zealot gets surrounded. And we clean this up. We clean this up. Remember, there is no more production. Nothing is powered. The final Zealot falls, and SHIN, he will hold. He will hold. And Jumi, wow, what can we do? We can't do anything right now. We have 1 Zealot left. True. 1 Zealot remains. Oh, SHIN, he's microing back though. Final Zealot goes down. We're coming into repower. But it's too late. If this was still powered, if we could still reinforce it is GG. SHIN, he will survive the cheese, and SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. It's crazy. SHIN, he will take the game, but that was very intense though. There was definitely strong moments for Jumi. If Jumi was able to get actually to his cannons and actually protect them with those zealots, and that could have been a very different game state. But as we saw, the zealots got surrounded. They did not make it to the cannons in time. They could not body block as a result, and with that, SHIN did shut it down. Likewise, the foresight of SHIN to go for the pylon to depower all the gateways made sure that Jumi had no reinforcements. He had nothing left there. GG. GG. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We are loading into El Dorado. And we'll see how this story does end, if we go to the ace match or if SHIN can claim the series here and now. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our German Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, down in the series. After a failed cheese, to be fair, we'll see if we can bring it back. It is Jumi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player from South Korea, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. Whew. SHIN, he was able to survive the cheese, survive the proxy, was able to shut it down, and with that, SHIN is one game away from advancing on into the quarterfinals already. These have been fast games. I mean, yeah, even Rebellion versus Jumi, they ended relatively quickly here. So we're on a more speedy portion. I say speedy portion at the back. For the most part, the first round is wrapping up, but we're almost done with round 2. Almost. For now. We have our openers looking like a standard setup here. Gate into expand into cybercore. This time Jumi is not proxying. This time is not cheesing. This time is opening up in a standard fashion. Likewise, SHIN doing the same. Hatch, gas, pool. Standard openers all around. We're calming things down. After game 1, you know, we've gotten it out of our systems. Where we can take a breath. And we'll see where our players take us. Now, El Dorado is an interesting one. El Dorado is one of the more often vetoed maps in the map pool, but I don't know if I can actually say that anymore. As of late, the most vetoed map is still Neo-Violet Square, 100%, but I'll be honest, we're seeing more El Dorado compared to Abyssal Reef and King's Cove. Abyssal Reef and King's Cove, alongside Neo-Violet Square, they're also becoming, you know, more often vetoed over time, as those are some of the larger maps in the map pool and more defendable maps as well. So because that El Dorado is becoming more popular, it's becoming more trendy. It's one of those things where, yes, it's a quirky map, but it's better than some of the other maps. It's which is what's important. True. It's better than the others. Now, El Dorado, of course, does have the added quirk of these gold bases. You can expand towards your opponent, you can mine through these minerals, take the gold bases, and be hyper aggressive. Also, show resistance by air. And Jumi, speaking of aggression, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener. Now, this could be one of two things. Either this could be glaives. It could be 4 gate glaive adepts if we pull out of gas. If we stay in gas, this could be a DT based opener instead. I have seen Jumi go 2 base charge, so Jumi is a little bit more quirky, a little bit more experimental as a player. Link Scout is denied. And what do we go for? So far, we are staying in gas. There's the Robo. I'm leaning towards Dark Templar. Show us the Dark Shrine. Show us that Dark. There it is. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. We're opening up with DTs. Let's go. We're opening up with Dark Templar. And this is not an all-in. This can turn into an all-in, don't get me wrong, but this should just be a DT opener into some DT harass, into Archon drop, into a 3rd base, where Jumi just expands and he transitions out of this. This should just be a way to harass, to gain map control early on, and to keep the Zerg player busy while you transition out of it into an expansion, into a longer game state. That should be the end goal here for Jumi, but we'll see. There are definitely builds where you can throw down extra gases, you can throw down extra gateways, extra gases, and just commit into a 2-base all-in. But he's expanding. Probe does move out, will expand. SHIN does go for a safety Rotorn. This was thrown down around the 355 mark. is thrown down. Likewise, SHIN taking his third, droning on up. Building up his lings, preparing ahead of time. Now, SHIN doesn't really know what's going on. For all he knows, this could be 4-gate glaives. So he's trying to prepare, massing up those lings. Overlord will confirm, as the Overlord will see everything. The Robo, the Twilight Council, and the Dark Shrine. SHIN, he sees all, he knows all. And spores are already done. We already have a spore here at the natural. Now a spore at the third, spore in the main. Prism making his way across the map. Do warp in right into that main base. SHIN, he doesn't see this. SHIN, he's at the natural. Needs time to respond. Jimmy hiding in the main. Does he go for another warp in? No shot. Does he wait? The gateways are about to, we're about to have another warp in. And this I haven't seen before. Jimmy, cheeky move. Give us 6. No shot. Oh, no. The Queens find it. The Queens, they find the Prism. Barely not able to warp in time. And Jimmy does have the Dark Templar. Lings, they get a full surround. Force warp in back at home. And it's going to be denied. The Nexus is cancelled. DTs are heading to the main. Ooh, Spore's going to fall. Massive pickup. He's going for the lair. He's going for the lair as well. And the lair, is it going to fall? We have the Spore coming in from low ground. But it might just be too late. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, but looks like the base is going to be saved just barely in time. Whew. As the Spore does burrow. And with that, SHIN holds. SHIN does hold. We have more DTs waddling towards that third base. DTs, they waddle away. Jimmy, he gets shut down. Lings are in position. And with that, SHIN, he's holding. He's holding on. It was definitely creative here from Jimmy. But alas, didn't quite work out. Didn't get the damage he was hoping for. Oh, actually, never mind. Gets a couple of drone kills. He's popping off at the natural. Takes down a Queen. Takes down a Roach. Overseers are on the way. He's going for the base, but once again, this is ambitious. He does waddle away. Whew. Does waddle away. Now, on the one hand, this was some okay damage. The problem, though, is that, one, Jimmy lost 4 Dark Temple already, so it's already been quite expensive. More importantly here, when else have we lost the 4th? Sorry, the 3rd. Remember, the 3rd base was cancelled. It was denied. There was also a massive pickup. Jimmy going for another warp in. Making use of that range. Does pull away. Meanwhile, while SHIN's been defending, what do we go for? We go for a Spire. So a hidden Spire here for SHIN, I believe, has yet to be scouted. Jimmy, he has no idea. SHIN droning up. Now, the reason why Spire play can be so good in this position, one, yes, mutas are weak against Archons. That is true. They are weak against Archons. But there's no Blink Stalker. Like, he knows that it's going to be Archon and charge lots, not Blink Stalkers. And there's no Stargate. Remember, there was no Stargate opener, so no Phoenixes. So no Phoenixes, no Blink Stalkers, only Archons for anti-air. So mutas, they can have free reign in the mineral lines. It is risky because you can force an Archon charge lot all in. Like a charge Archon all in, you can force it, and you could argue that maybe SHIN wouldn't have enough to defend. But these mutas have a lot of potential to just wreak havoc and to force that all in regardless. Or even hunt down this Prism. As Jimmy's pushing. He's already moving out. He's moving out with everything he has. SHIN does have a ground army. Again, he's not going mass muta. It's only muta harass. Only muta to harass. But here comes the push. And there's going to be 4 Archons. Mutas, they're not going to help in the defense. Their one roll here. There's so many Archons. Here we go, Jimmy, he commits. He's got +1. He's got 5 Archons. Sorry, 6 even. Roaches are trying to hold on. Getting to the mineral line. Drones are going to be going down. And SHIN, has he been punished here for that muta tech? The mutas are making their way across the map, but it may not matter. As Jimmy is all in. And it's one of those things where the mutas didn't force the all in. Jimmy, he was already all in. He was already pushing in. So these mutas, they didn't really add much here. They didn't change anything. Base goes down. Mineral line as well. SHIN's in trouble. Mutas, they hit the 3rd base. Roaches are holding their own. You can see SHIN, he was more than happy to just give up on the expansion. We'll lose another. Lings, they try to wreak havoc across the map. Jimmy is holding. He's holding on, he's barely reinforcing in time. And he turns back around. And the soup does lie. Once again, it's one of those things where SHIN is stuck on a 2-base economy, and he is up in army supply. He's up in supply, but it's only Roach Raptor. It's inflated supply here. Jumi is in a better position. He's got the better economy. He's got the higher quality army as well. He's building up more Immortals, more Archons, getting into Blink. SHIN, he's in trouble. He either has to go for an all-in himself or hope that Jumi makes a mistake. A mistake that Jumi could make is overextending. But Jumi, he came home, right? He came back home. He didn't overextend. He did not fight this army. He pulls away, builds up. Time is on Jumi's side. And SHIN, he's not droning. SHIN is getting a third base, but he's not droning up. He's making purely Roach Ravager. And Jumi needs to take a defensive stance. Now, I don't think Jumi knows. I don't think he's aware that SHIN has been making nothing but army. Hopefully he doesn't push. As it's all or nothing for SHIN. And it's a massive army, don't get me wrong. SHIN, he rotates. Jumi trying to keep up. The Miles! Oh my god, they connect. They connect with the Archons. Ravager goes down. This movement there from SHIN. There's a miss movement. Mutas are cleaned up. Mutas are dealt with. And again, there's no rush for Jumi. Jumi just has to chill. Just has to chill, calm down. Zelfs, they get across the map. They eviscerate the economy. They hit the natural. They hit the third. Drones are going down. And SHIN is even more all in. He's that much more committed. Now his hand is being forced. Miles, they trigger the shields. They trigger the shields. He snipes one Archon. And yeah, SHIN, he's just being pulled apart. Just being pulled apart at this point. Either he breaks Jumi here and now, or he dies trying. And he has to go for it. Files, once again, they connect. Files are connecting. Base goes down. Mineral line as well. SHIN, the Files, they keep connecting. Jesus. How? Oh my god. Jumi, calm down. We'll bleed out all the Archons, bleeds out an Immortal as well, but here we go. We have DTs to defend, and there is zero detection. Oh my, he just keeps... He's like Clem with storms. Where Clem takes all the storms to the face, Jumi takes all the biles. Regardless, GG gets caught. He likes the biles. It's okay, you can tank them, and Jumi will tab the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match, and again, just really... wise decision from Jumi. Even though he didn't know mutas were on the way, he did decide to, after the DT aggression early on, he did commit into an Archon follow-up. And with that, he was, again, hitting a very strong timing. He wasn't really getting a fourth base. He wasn't taking extra gases. He was committed, and he was able to catch SHIN while SHIN was transitioning into Muta, into that Muta flock to harass, into the Spire as well, where SHIN needed to focus on his ground army. SHIN didn't know. He did not know what was coming his way until it was already knocking down that front door. As you mentioned, like, I was anticipating a situation where the mutas would like force an all-in and force a counterattack. That didn't happen. The attack was already there. The attack was already moving out, was already knocking down that third base. Before the mutas were even a factor. It's just hyper-aggression out of Jumi. Does tie the series up, which is what we assumed would happen. We were anticipating an ace match, but the question becomes, we're here. We're here at the ace match. How does the story end? Which way will this go? Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone, tying up the series. It is Jumi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. Here we go. As SHIN is moving out with a hatch block. Let's go. Now, I'm assuming this is a... okay. I'm assuming this is going to be a hatch block, not a proxy hatchery. The goal here would be to get into the natural and to throw down the hatchery to block the expansion and to force an inefficient start from his opponent. So, cheeky start here by SHIN as the drone does make his way in for that hatchery. So, he does open up hatch first into that hatch block. Let's go. That is a double hatch before pool. As a reminder, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is not aggressive out of SHIN. This is just designed to disrupt the build. Remember, there's no spawning pool. There's no pool. There's no gases. Like, there's no aggression here. It's just to delay the expansion of Jumi. So nice start here from SHIN. He does force the boys off the mineral line. Does the night mining here from his 6 probes. He does force out a second gateway, the cyber core, all before the nexus. So again, this is an inefficient start out of Jumi. At the same time, this also delays the pool and the gas. So there's a bit of a give and take. From here, SHIN, he can cancel, he can morph in an Evo chamber, or he can go for a gas steal. Oh, there's the Evo chamber. So again, just buying a little bit more time. For those that are curious, how is there an Evo chamber? When you cancel a hatchery, a little bit of creep gets left over. Like a small patch of creep, so you can build and construct a building on that creep. Ooh, as the drone is killed. Yeah, the drone goes down. If we kept it alive, we could have gone into the main and taken a gas. We could have tried to gas steal and delay even further. But Jumi defends. Jumi, he defends, he deals with it, he can now expand, and he has to do something with that zealot. He's forced to make a zealot, he's forced to make these adepts. There's going to be a big double adept zealot counterattack, and now SHIN has to survive. Remember, back at home, the queens and the lings are delayed, so it's not just damage for free. Now you have to kind of reap what you sow. You have to try to deal with the monster that you've created here with these adepts and with the zealot. Doesn't look like a lot of units here, but this early on, it can be quite impactful. So you can see that's why SHIN can't just drone. He has to make lings. He has to make lings. He has to get link speed. He has to make these queens. He has to get ready for the counterattack. As the devs say shade across. But now they don't go for the mineral line. They're going to be applying pressure to the third base. We have 2 more adepts on the way. So we're getting up to 4 adepts. And we don't commit to the shade. The hatchery taking a lot of damage, actually. Down to half HP. Down to half HP. Going for a Stargate opener. Down to less than half HP. The queens, we have to respond to this. Here come the reinforcements for Jumi. Jumi pulling away. The base getting very low. Lings, they're going to try to collapse in. But again, now to 3 adepts. Soon to be 4. Another adept is on the way. Oh. SHIN is going to get close. It's going to get very close here. Lings, they dive in for the surround. So far, good kiting by Jumi. Does kite away. 1 adept. Ooh, commits to the shade. I don't think that was intentional. Does commit. Does go for the mineral line. And drones are going down. He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets 2 workers. Link speed does kick in. And SHIN, whew, he survives. SHIN, he survives. He does defend. I spoke too soon. Adepts, they shade in. And they do recall back home. Oh my god. Saving both adepts, just barely. Okay. And again, that was intense. This base got in uncomfortably low. Got very, very low here. Technically, this could be sniped. This could be sniped in the mid-game, so we have to be very careful and keep an eye on that third base. SHIN does survive, goes for a counterattack, and he will delay the third base. Oh, speaking of delaying the third, this is a lot of lings. This was a big investment by SHIN. You could argue an overreaction. As a lot of lings are made, and half of these lings could have been drones. They could have been workers, they could have been drones, so a bit of a more inefficient response here by SHIN. But what's he doing with all these lings? He's denying the fourth base. Sorry, denying the third. He's denying the third base over and over and over again. That's going to be 3 dead workers and 3 delayed third bases. And he's going again. He's going for it again. Oh, rotating over, surrounds the adepts, takes down 1, and takes down barely another. 2 adepts go down, going for the probe. And what's important here is that, yes, SHIN, he was forced to make all these things. It was inefficient, but he gains value for it. He gets adepts, he delays the expansion, and gets some probe kills. So good use of these things. Does pull away. And now he's droning. Now he's saturating. Roach Warren's on the way. Safety Roach Warren here by SHIN to make sure he doesn't die to anything too crazy. Speaking of something crazy, exactly what's happening. That is not blink. That is charge. So this is going to be a charge timing for Jumi. Throws down a massive gateway explosion. Oh my god, he's not stopping. How many gates? 6 gates on the way. 2 gateways already done. It's going to be a 3 base, 8 gate all in. Honestly, we could afford more. We can get up to 10 gates with this. And so far, that's going to be 9. So 7 gates plus 2, 9 in total. We can afford another gateway. Most likely, that final gateway is going to be a proxy gate across the map. Never mind. I assumed it was going to be a proxy, but no. Robo's on the way for the Warp Prism. And he throws down another gateway. We have 10. 10 gates for Jumi. It is a 3-base all-in. Lings, they do hit the expansion. They try to get us around. Yeah, rough engage here for SHIN. Jumi will hold. And what's important, oh my god. As this is a bit of a tell, actually. These are gas mining workers, and SHIN does see this. As Jumi, he pulls out a gas. That's a tell. That was a tell then and there, seeing those gas mining workers pull out. And why would you pull out unless it's a charge all in? So SHIN, he might be able to piece it all together based on that. He hasn't scouted the main, but seeing those gases or seeing those workers mining gas is a tell. He's building up roaches. From this moment forward, we shouldn't drone. We should not make any more workers. We need as many roaches as possible. Ideally banelings as well, but at least roaches would be okay. Jumi's moving out. Does head towards that natural. And so far, we have been making nothing but roaches. Roaches are amassing. Here comes the all-in, catching the queens. Oh no, the queens! The queens that get surrounded. Yeah, massive catch for Jumi. That's going to be 3 queens for free. Does catch 3 queens. Black Rats moving in, collapsing on the army on the right-hand side. Does head for the mineral line. So far, good positioning. Does kite back behind the mineral line. Does create a choke point. The expansion is going to go down. Damage is dealt. And we're going for the mineral line. Catching out some of these workers, some of these roaches even. Yeah, they get surrounded, and Jumi, does he catch it out? Is it too much? Getting another queen. No anti-air left. The Oracle just going ham. Where the reinforcements, massive warp into the main. And Zelter in every base. The third base, the natural, the main base as well. SHIN is getting pulled apart. And he might just not have enough. Yeah, he might just not have enough here. Remember, he lost all his queens. He has no anti-air. And Jumi, he's overwhelming. He collapses on the roaches. And the roaches are no longer for this world. They're going down one after the other. And Jumi, he's done it. He has... Oh no! Wasting a bit of DPS. There we go. Does rotate back into the natural. And GG gets called. Jumi, he overwhelms the army. And Jumi, he will claim the series. 2-1, eliminating SHIN from the tournament. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very aggressive game there out of Jumi. Yes, I will say that SHIN, he did cut workers at, was it 59? Just under 3-base saturation. You could argue maybe he droned up a little bit too much, but at a certain point he was making nothing but roaches. It was a brutal moment when he lost all the queens though. Remember, he lost 3 queens out in the open. And what does that mean? I tried to mention it at the time, but because 3 queens went down, that meant that there was no anti-air to stop the prism into the main. That war prism going into the main base and going for reinforcements, there was like 1 queen in the main. There was just no anti-air to deal with that. There was nothing left to try to rotate, try to zone that prism away, and try to threaten the prism and threaten the warp-ins. Without that, free reign. Free reign for Jumi. He can warp in wherever he so please, and he could just reinforce right in the face of SHIN. GG. GG, well played. With that, Jumi, he does snowball out of control, and Jumi will claim the series. Will claim the series. Jumi just messaged me. He's like, Este Zerg, I just want to eat. I'm hungry. I'm like, you're eating all the Zergs, Pap. You're eating all the Zergs. Oh no. Este Jumi. GG. GG, well played. Jumi, he will advance on into the next round and let us catch up on the bracket and figure out where we are. Let's go. Let us go. As Jumi, he advances on into the quarterfinals, and again, Jumi, another victim. He has recently defeated Solar, Rogue, and now SHIN as well. I think Dark is the only Korean Zerg that hasn't fallen to Jumi, but even then, Dark, he isn't very active at the moment. But yeah, Jumi, he has been looking very impressive in PvZ. He's beaten players like a Laser as well. Very impressive PvZ, very aggressive, of course, and yeah, a lot of Zerg players have fallen victim to Jumi as of late. Now we add another Zerg to that list, and he's going to be waiting for the winner of Classic and Nicaract. Scrolling up, Bunny takes down Creator 2-0. Bunny waiting for the winner of Clem and Geralt. Looks like we have a bit of downtime. Do have some downtime. Scrolling down, looks like we have the round of 32 completing. Round of 32 is done. Ryung takes down herO 2-1. Shout out to herO. herO does make a series out of that, but alas, Ryung will advance on the face-off against herO in the next round. Remember, herO is the number 2 seed. Based on the seeding, top 2 players are Clem and herO. we're expecting them to face in the finals. Will anyone stop them? I believe they can be stopped. I believe we have players like Ryung, SKillous, ByuN. A lot of players down here can threaten herO. Likewise, on the upper half of the bracket, I can see players like, I was gonna say players like Bunny, Classic, and Jumi as well threatening Clem. I do think they can threaten him, but Clem is still the heavy favorite. He's a big boy. Good. He's the best player in the world. So best of luck to everyone. Honestly, I would love to see Clem versus Bunny. I would love to see them face off. But best of luck. Likewise, if you recall, we did cast a Geralt versus Clem recently, and Geralt did actually make a series out of it. Geralt, he actually beat Clem on Amygdala, if you recall. We casted yesterday. Yesterday, we did cast Geralt versus Clem. It was a best of 5, and Geralt actually did outdo Clem in the late game, in a later game. And then after that game, Clem just all in and cheesed the hell out of Geralt. Clem was like, you know what? I don't want to play against your late game anymore. He just cheesed the hell out of Geralt and won the series. But Geralt did prove that he can defeat Clem in the late game. So there is definitely a chance for Geralt there. Best of luck. Best of luck to Geralt. As we do have some downtime. Oh, as we just got an update, Solar takes on Hearthstone 2-1. Did go to the ace match. Big win there for Hearthstone to force the ace match out of Solar. Solar is now the final Zerg player in the tournament. The final Zerg in the tournament. The only Zerg. And we'll see if we can go any further. Best of luck. You know, I would love to see some diversity, some representation for Zerg in the brackets. It's going to come down to Solar. The pressure is on his shoulders. So best of luck to Solar. Meanwhile, we're going to be focusing on the top half. Classic and Nickrat are still mid-series. We will wait for them to wrap up. We'll wait for that series to wrap up. And then we'll follow the winner into Jumi. Until then, just catching up with the chat. The bars were connecting, but it wasn't enough. True. Referring to the game on El Dorado. Failed cheese. What did I miss? Hello, Doomrats. You missed out on a proxy 2-gate Forge cannon rush. So, game 1 between Jumi and SHIN, there was a cannon rush alongside proxy Zealot. It was pretty close. It was pretty intense. If you're interested in that kind of game, I do recommend the VOD. Do recommend it. I like how you contextualize things. Nice style. The abstract after game is also nice. Oh, thank you. I try to, like, there's often like a reason why things happen, and there's like, you know, rationale for things. So I do my best to make that clear for certain things. Do my best. But thank you. Do try. Voidray is gonna try to snipe, betcha. I'll be honest, I was thinking of that as well, because it was a Voidray opener to deny vision, and I could totally see the Voidray sniping that hatchery. I mean, it did die in the end, but to a charge all in. Did go down in the end. Meanwhile, we have some downtime. We do have some downtime, so we're going to be going on a break. Again, we are waiting for Nickrat and Classic to wrap up. Let's just quickly set them up just in case, because we might see an ace match. We might be able to jump into game 2 or game 3. We might be able to find an ace match between them. Otherwise, we'll be casting the winner against Jumi. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to, you know, get some food, get some snacks, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. Take a break here, tuck in your Tempest, and when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. When is the next Warcraft versus StarCraft tournament? True. I don't know. That's being organized by SC Boy. Whenever there is one, we'll be on it. We'll be all over it, but yet to be determined. It's a fun mod. It's a very fun mod. But now that we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. Oh, as we just got an update, Classic takes down Nickrat 2-1. Went to the ace match. Yo, shout to Nickrat. Nico, baby. Oh my god. Did force the ace match. Classic does take it. Up next, Classic versus Jumi. Videos have begun. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next series. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday number 24. We've already wrapped up with the first 2 rounds, and now we're here in the top 8. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Green Protoss player from land of Germany, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumi. Here we go. Our PvP is here, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you can now get your Gamba going. And Jimmy, so far, he's been popping off. He already caused a massive upset, bringing down SHIN. And now he's up against Classic. Classic going for his own low ground setup. Again, we are loading into Ultra Love. What is it about Ultra Love? Of course, there is a ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural. This means it is safe. It is viable to open up with a wall off, to open up with, on the low ground, gate into expansion or into Cybercore into a faster nexus. But Jimmy, despite the normalcy of going for this more economic opener on this map, he opens up 2 gate. 2 gate open out of Jimmy. This means that Jimmy has the option to be aggressive. He has the option to be aggressive. He has the option to go all in. Classic, he doesn't flinch. He goes straight for the Nexus. No fear. Gate expand. Very greedy build here by Classic before the Cybercore. Even Max Pax doesn't do this. And he is baiting Jimmy into an all in. But the problem is that Jimmy doesn't scout. He goes to the unnatural natural. He's crazy. Goes to the Nexus. Now, the problem here is that Jimmy doesn't know how greedy Classic is being. He has no idea. If he did, then he could have responded with an all-in. But right now, he's blindly just going for his own opener and goes for a slightly later expansion. Oh my god, he cancels? What is happening? I mean, at least he gets it on location, but this, we jumped through a bunch of hoops to get here, and we got here, but I don't know if we want to be here is the problem. I don't know. Okay, sure. Let's go. Now, I can confirm, for a bit of a fun fact, maybe we have some German viewers in the chat that can help me out. I have confirmed that Jimmy, remember earlier he was complaining that he beat SHIN because he was hungry and he wanted to get some food. I did ask him, I posed him the question, Pappy, what are we eating? What are we getting? He responded with, Uber. Oh god. I can't do it. I'm gonna post it in the chat, and I cannot pronounce this. Oh no. I understand the schnitzel, the schnicken salami part. I understand that, but I cannot get through the first part. I googled it. It's like a maybe like a cheese and like salami bread roll sort of thing. Something with, yes, I mean something with salami and cheese. I googled it. It looks good. If you Google it, it does look savory, it does look tasty, and now I'm hungry as well. I'm hungry now. Aye. Este Jimmy. I just like that he responded with the most German phrase, like the most German like statement. We could have just said like bread with like meat and cheese. Like no. He had to go all the way. Let's go. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate is Oracle. Oracle does zoom across the map. We have a second Oracle on the way as well. So far, the shield battery is ready, and Jimmy does defend. Now, Jimmy did go for the hallucination scout. He did confirm the opener. He is aware. He is ready, and he will force it back. So far, good defense by Jimmy. Likewise, going for a Twilight Council into Blink. Standard opener here from our Green Protoss player. Right now, the pressure is on Classic to get damage done with these Oracles. It was a big investment to go into 2 Oracles, and even going for a fast third base behind this mate. Classic, he has been so greedy this game. Fast natural into a fast third base. Jimmy setting up a proxy across the map. Do we go for the Dark Shrine? Against Oracles, I wouldn't really be too fond of it. But we shall see. Oracles, they dip away. And we're going for an all-in. Yeah, we're going for a 2-base all-in. How many gates? Count them with me. We have 3 gates back at home. Oh my god. Never mind. We have 4 gates back at home. We have 5. We have a 5-gate setup back at home. And that is a proxy 6th gateway. So it's going to be a 2-base, 6-gate all-in. Let's go. And I do like this considering how greedy Classic has been. Remember, Classic took an insanely fast natural, and insanely fast third base as well. Classic, he knows how greedy he's been. He's knocking down that tower. He's going to try to fully wall up. Little does he know that the all-in is coming from the right-hand side instead. Classic, he hasn't seen all the gateways yet. He's still in the dark as to what's going on. But he's setting up defensively. Stasis traps on the way. Shield battery as well. It's not going to be easy to break. And Jumi, does he notice that stasis in time? Oh. I mean, he knows. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say he knows about the double Oracle opener. He does check and does take it. Does bait it out. Not bad. Not a bad start. Remember, Blink is done for Jumi. Blink is not done for Classic. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery's out of range. So far, better trade for Jumi. But Stalkers are going down or they're getting low. Oh, the Blinks, the control. Oh my god, one Stalker falls. Losing one, losing two, losing three. Jumi, where's the Blinks? Where's the control? He was distracted across the map, forced to reinforce. Jumi distracted at a critical moment. Bleeds out more Stalkers. And he might be losing too much here. That's a lot of Stalkers going down. Considering that he is all in, he has to preserve everything. Blinks on forward, past the army, dives on the Stalkers. Boys being pulled once again. And with these reinforcing Stalkers, Classic is holding. Yeah, he's holding on. These Stalkers are just far too low for Jumi, and he's run out of steam. He's run out of steam, run out of Stalkers, being forced further back. Again, he did have momentum early on, but as we saw, because of the Oracle harass, he was distracted. He lost like 3 or 4 Stalkers, and from there, GG. He doesn't have enough, and Classic, he holds. Classic takes game number 1. GG. Classic does take a lead in the series. And does kick things off with a win. Again, Jumi, like, I'm not opposed to the 2-base all-in, but again, we saw just a bit of a lapse in control there just because of that distraction. Did bleed out too many Stalkers, and every Stalker is so crucial when you're all-in because you're limited when it comes to how many Stalkers you can have, and you have to make them count then and there. Did bleed out too much. GG. GG, well played. Classic does hold, and with that, we're getting ready for game number 2. Just catching up with the chat. It is baked in the... Yeah. It's like bread baked in the oven with cheese and with meat. We need Captain Fish to translate. It does sound good. It looks good. Like if you type that in Google, like it shows you an image and it looks good. It's like a we would just call it like a cheese and bacon roll, like in English. Like we have something similar. Korean bakeries have similar things around my area. Delicious for sure. Nice. There you go. So now I'm getting even more hungry. I was like, yo, like we got this. It's good. I will get some ramen after the cast. 100%. I'll make some ramen. I'll put an egg in it. For now, though, we're settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the German Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, tempted by the food on the windowsill. He's so hungry. He was yelling at me. He's like, "I just want to eat, Bobby. I just want to eat." We'll see if he can. It is Jumi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the guardian of the cheese baked goods. It is Classic. He's guarding the food. Jumi can't take it until the series is over. Let's go. So now this time standard openers. Again, there is no ramp coming into the natural, so unlike the previous map, here it is less viable to go for that low ground setup and to go for the faster expansion. We should be seeing Classic be a lot more safe and a lot more standard this time. Last game, Classic was cutting a lot of corners and being very greedy. This time, we should be seeing something more standard. Never mind. Gate Cyber Expand. Classic. Let's go. There's a Cyber Core into a faster expansion. Jumi to Gate Opener. This is just like the last game. Very similar to the last game, I should say. Very similar here. Now, this is a risky maneuver here by Classic. If you've been watching Korean StarCraft over the past 2 months, you would know that a lot of the Koreans have been doing this. Specifically, Trap, herO, Classic, Nightmare. This is basically the Max Packs opener. And ever since the latest patch, at the end of November coming into December, the Koreans have been embracing this more and more often. It's been really interesting to see how the meta has evolved and has shifted. But yeah, Gate, Cybercore into Stargate into expansion. Here we go. And it was herO that pioneered this. I mean, I say pioneered. Obviously, Max Packs has been doing this for years, but herO, who was the first to really commit to doing this a lot more often, he was doing this during the PTR tournaments and the PTR phase of the, I guess, now current and I guess previous patch. And then, of course, all the other Koreans kind of lashed onto it as well. Ooh, meanwhile, Jumi going for a Twilight Council before expansion does hide the Twilight Council as well. Are we crazy enough to go DTs? I mean, Jumi hasn't scattered. He doesn't know it's a Stargate.
Hazardous working environment.
Ah. Total Biscuit, calm down. Jumi, he has actually switched his announcer to Total Biscuit recently, which is nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. There's now 3. There's Inexorable, there's Christiana, and now Jumi as well. I appreciate it. Adepts HA'd in. They get a probe kill. But we have not scouted the... Oh no, we have scouted the tech. The Stargate into Void Ray. So Void Ray opener out of Classic. Across the map, Classic does confirm the expansion. Blink is on the way. No Dark Shrine. No Dark Templar. But so far, very chaotic start here. Very chaotic. Now, there is going to be an early Blink timing. I'm curious to see if Jumi throws down a 3rd gate back at home and a proxy 4th gateway. I'm looking for the proxy gate. If so, this is looking more and more like a 2-base all-in. This will hit earlier than the previous game. Remember, last game was a 2-base 6-gate all-in. This is going to hit a lot faster. Meanwhile, Classic throwing down his own Robo. Likewise, the 2nd gateway. Adepts are shading to the main. Probes are going down. So far, so good. Gets 2. Gets... Oh! Doesn't get 3. But 2 probes do fall. And there it is. There's the proxy gate. So I assumed it was going to be a 4-gate setup, but currently this is only 3 gateways. So a little bit less. Going for a proxy 3rd gate with Blink. Oracle moves out for a Classic. So Oracle does make his way in. Up! So far, catching a couple of birds. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 3 workers. Not bad. 3 probes going down. Keeping tabs on Jumi. The proxy is yet to be found, and Jumi, he just counterattacks. He's pushing. He is moving out. Will soon reinforce. Back at home, Classic, he is throwing down the wall of shield batteries. Immortal production has begun. Classic being so safe here with Immortals, with Void Rays, with shield batteries as well. It does feel like Jumi's kind of playing into his hands. Like, I don't know if Classic can be broken. Not like this. Okay, Jumi, instead of pushing though, you will knock down these rocks. Are we going for the gold? Mate, it is not uncommon to see Protoss players go for the gold here on the other side. Yeah, he's going for the gold. Let's go! He's going for the gold. Charge is on the way, and how better to support charge than with the gold nexus? Let's go. The gold base has been thrown down. Oh no! Hallucination confirms instantly though. Classic, he sees this ahead of time. It's going to be on Classic to deny this base. Ooh, okay, so a big strength of going for this centered goal base in such a way is to keep it hidden for as long as possible. To keep it hidden, to keep it a surprise. Classic already knows. He already knows what's going on, which means Classic, his next goal here should be to shut it down. Oh boy. So I appreciate what Jumi's doing, I just don't know if he can get away with it. Ooh, as the Oracle is gonna fall. Nice pickup. Oracle does go down. Here come the reinforcements. Classic getting ready for his own push. Getting ready for his own move out. I assume it's because Light uses TV announcement. The younglings are learning. Ah, no. Maybe, maybe. Now, I appreciate that Jimmy is trying to be as aggressive as possible to protect the base, right? Like, the best defense is a good offense. Jimmy trying to keep Classic busy. Classic going for glaives, going for his own 2-base all-in. Yeah, throwing down extra gateways. Extra gates are being set up. Throwing down a 7-gate setup here on 2 bases. Immortal into glaives. So Jimmy initially was the aggressor, but now it's Classic. Now it is going to be Classic instead. Adepts they get into the mineral line. They get 4 probe kills already. Classic warping in 6, soon to be 7 Adepts at a time. And here we come. As a reminder, there is no third. There is no third expansion. There is no economy. There is no tech. No nothing. Just straight up 2-base all in. Massive glaive Adept with Immortal. This does hit like a truck. herO is very fond of this build that Classic's doing. It's just a really good way to punish a greedy Protoss player. And Jimmy is being greedy. Stalkers, they go for the dive, and they go for the Prism. Prism does unsiege, does get away in time. Meanwhile, we get a full surround. The Zealots, they get us around here in the army. And Classic, despite that, he was still overwhelmed. Yeah, breaks through the Stalkers, will lose the War Prism, making his way into the mineral line, and this base is gonna fall. Yeah, there's no escaping this. Oh no! The probes! They cannot escape! They try to pull away, they get shut down. GG, good, well played. Good luck in the next round, and Classic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very powerful 2-base all-in here from Classic, going Immortal and Glaives. Again, it is a, I want to say, a staple right now in the current like repertoire of Protoss builds, where it is kind of the go-to punishment build, right? Just going into Mass Immortal, into Mass Glaive Adepts does have a big power spike here. And again, Jimmy was being greedy. He was rushing into the goal base, rushing into the third. He was out in the open as well. Jimmy did his best when it came to engaging, but alas, could not quite keep up with that. GG. GG, well played. Oh, as we are now getting into our next series. Oh my god, we're getting into the next series. We're jumping in mid-series, actually, into our TVT. Oh. So I'm just trying to set up. Trying to set up as quickly as I can. Go spawning. Oh wait, what? All right, I forgot. I forgot about this. I don't know why I assumed I was getting into a TVT. I haven't been casting enough Clem recently. Of course. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the best Protoss player in all of Europe. We have the French Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. We are jumping in mid-series. Clem is already leading the series 1-0, so I do apologize for that, but they were playing their match at the same time we were playing at ours. And as a reminder, Classic is waiting for the winner of this series in the next round. Classic is lying in wait, and we'll see who it's going to be. Again, Clem, he has arguably the best PvT in the world right now. There isn't a single Korean Terran out there that hasn't lost to Clem's Protoss except for Maru, and that's only because they haven't played. Like, Clem, with his Protoss, he has defeated ByuN, Kyor, Ryung, Gumiho, Spirits. Like, there's not a Terran player out there that hasn't fallen to Clem's Protoss, except for Maru, the only one. But they just haven't played. They just haven't played. So yeah, Clem, his Protoss is very good. It's insanely good right now, and better than his Terran when it comes to TVT, of course. It's why he does play Protoss. Is better than his CVT, and it's going to be quite a challenge here for Bunny. Is going to be a challenge. Behind this, double gas opener, going for a faster factory. Aggressive build here by Bunny. We'll see if we can catch Clem off guard. We shall see. Back at home, standard opener out of our Protoss player. And again, it caught me off guard just because I haven't casted much Clem recently, actually. Like, whenever I cast Clem, it's usually in a TVP. Like, it's usually Clem against herO, or Clem against Geralt, or Clem against Max Packs, or Clem against Classic. Like, we cast a lot of Clem versus Protoss. Recently, we haven't been casting a lot of Clem versus Terran. So, this in my mind, I apologize. It's in my mind. But the last time Clem played at TVT was back in December. For those that remember, it was the beginning of December. It was Elite League Clem versus Ryung, where he played Terran the first game, and he lost. And he was like, you know what, screw this. I switched to Protoss and never turned back. So I think that was the last TVT in record for Clem. Was back in December. That was after Home Story Cup. Those are curious. Now the Adept has arrived. Oh! Will threaten the SCV. Does get one. Not bad. Gets the SCV, but last does not get the Reaper. And so far, Bonnie, he does defend, he does hold. And hopefully doesn't lose that Hellion. As the Hellion does fall. And he commits. Now what's important here is, again, because of the double gas opener, he did commit into Reactor Reaper Hellion, but did already lose a Hellion in the process, which means this counterattack is going to be a little bit weaker. And back at home at Clem, he is getting ready to wall off. Okay, he's walling up, he's walling up. That's going to be close. Up! Army arrives just in time and breaks through the wall. Boys are being pulled. Stalker's under fire. Can we get the mineral line? Can we get the probes? So far, 3 probe kills, not bad. 3 workers go down. Shield battery is done. Reavers, they just rush past, and they go for more damage. So far, so good. Getting 5 probe kills. 5 probes so far. Getting 6. Getting up to 7. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Oh my god. As Clem almost surrounds. We'll clean up the Reaper, but that is critical damage. 6 probe kills. That should not have happened. Again, the wall was late. And Bunny takes the lead. Bunny does take lead, bearing in mind he does have mules, so he's muling on up, getting to his 2-1-1, soon to be 3-1-1 setup. Tank production, Ravens as well. The pressure is now on Clem to counterattack, and he will. Blink is on the way. Blink is on the way. We are getting to a 3rd gateway, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink from Clem. 3rd gateway is here at the natural. We'll take a 3rd base, but can be assertive with these 3 gates. So we'll see what Clem can get done across the map. Bunny does make his way across the map, setting up for some auto-shot harass as well. Setting up. Going for the mineral line. Alas, the Raven is going to be shut down though. Ooh, that's a brutal loss. Yeah, 2 probes, that is not worth it for 1 Raven. So, Bunny, he does mishandle that situation. Or I should say, Clem, he was just ready for the dive and ready for the blink. Does punish Bunny. Bunny's still setting up defensively. Still setting up. He has a tank in the main. He has a tank in the natural. He has a bunker as well. He's fully walled up. And Clem shouldn't find a way into the bases. It's 1 SCV. Can try to maybe threaten a blink further back into the main. But for the most part, Bunny is secure. And Clem, he respects it. Respects it, he backs up. And this is a very common style that we've been seeing a lot here, is going for that 3-gate setup. Sorry, 3-gas setup into charge, into the forge, into a gateway explosion. Basically delaying Colossus and delaying Storm a little bit longer until we get up to 3 bases. Until we build up our 3-base economy. A much more heavy gateway style. Heavy gate style. Bunny breaking out. Making his way across the map. It's going to be on Clem to slow this down. To force out a stim, force a siege. Pick away at any key units. Clem is trying to keep up. Does spot the army with the observer. Going for the medic. Oh my god. Doesn't quite get it. Clem does pull away. Doesn't lose anything yet. And all that medevac is so low. He wants it. Does make away. Sentries are ready. We have force fields. We have the Guardian Shield. It's also warping in. And shield battery's done just in time. Try to slice up the army. Zelda coming from behind as well. They're going to force around. A tank is going to fall. And with this Clem, he's holding. He shuts down both tanks. Cleans up the ByuN. Clem forces back Bunny. Medevacs, they rally. Oh no, they rally in. They do rally in. One of them should escape, the other won't. Is Bunny trying to pull Clem apart? Rallying in once again. Dustin forward. Clem, he's ready for this. Once again, very nice hold position micro. Avoids the mine shots. Clem flexing a little bit here with his Protoss. Up. And he holds. He holds onto the third base. He maintains his economy. Keeps the Immortals alive. Now going for his own bait into splash damage. He baits out those mine shots. Nice targeting as well. Does focus on that second Widow Mine. Bunny being forced further back. He's not done. Once again, just chasing him down, going for the medevacs. Won't quite be able to break through. You can see Bunny getting his third base on location. Very greedy here by Bunny. But he will get away with it so far. And Clem, he shouldn't have enough here. He shouldn't have enough to break through. But Clem, he just keeps reinforcing. He wants to. Oh. Gets a Widow Mine. Moving out with this Warp Prism, trying to distract his opponent or coming first around. Zelts. Didn't quite force friendly fire. Oh. So Widow Mines will zone away. Clem is ready with that Prism, but doesn't really have enough to keep pushing. So for now, he backs off, takes a fourth base, taking into Colossus. Observer gets caught. And Bunny holds. Bunny, he does hold on. We have a game. We have a back and forth. Bunny building up towards Ghost now. Ghost Academy is halfway done, building up his Vikings. Likewise, Clem into Colossus. Prism does slip in. Getting a bit of damage, nothing major. Doesn't get the Marauder. Doesn't get much done. Ideally, you do want to go for a run by like this as your opponent is distracted. But there was nothing else going on, and Bunny defends well. There's a recall on the Warp Prism. Does recall. Main armies do move out once again. Bunny with a hefty Marauder count. And likewise being active. Mine shots say do get some decent connections. Oh, meanwhile the force field. Oh my god. Yeah, force fields, they catch us on the Marauders. Colossus moving in. Vikings, they go to town, but alas, they cannot get the Colossus. They barely cannot. Oof. But Clem gets punished. That blink was brutal. So many Stalkers went down, and the Mass Marauder was stimming in. Bunny, he might just have enough. Breaks through the Immortal. Barely doesn't get himself with the Colossus, but brings down the second Immortal as well. Oh, the Prism. Prism rallies in. Yeah, a bit of an F2 there from Clem. Does panic, does lose the Warp Prism. No more counterattacks, no more reinforcements across the map. Clem, he's in trouble here. Lose the Colossus. Bunny, he has momentum. Momentum is on his side. Still rallying across the map. Clem trying to keep up. But again, just some really rough fights. And likewise, not going into any disruptors. He's making another Colossus. No disruptors yet. Without Novas, I don't really see a good answer here to all these Marauders. But he does maintain that supply lead. Have DTs on the way. Waddling across the map. They get spotted. Oh no, the EMP misses. Feels bad, man. Another DT walling in. This is all just distracting Bunny. It's giving Clem a little bit more time. But Clem, he's lost so much here already. It's hard to recover. Oh, once again, he misses with the MP. See Clem moving forward, Zelts into the mineral line. SMEs are going down, but we're still bleeding out Colossus. Barely not. DTs go down, Zelts as well, Bunny defends. And now we finally have that first disruptor. First disruptor is on the way. There's that second robo, and again, Clem, he needs time to build up that disruptor count. Without it, his army is just so vulnerable. This army is so fragile. You see, all it takes is like 1 or 2 volleys from these Vikings. So I'll say distract. Well, he killed one of his own. Yeah, he killed his own Viking. Alas takes down the Colossus. Nova goes off. An okay connection, but the free spread here out of Bunny. Does free spread. Avoids most of the Novas. But just doesn't have the supply, doesn't have the numbers here. Takes out one Colossus, only one. The other two are so low, they're so close to going down. But Bunny barely doesn't get them. Oh, but here come the reinforcements. Where are those Novas? Catching out the Widow Mine. Trading against those Marauders. And barely Clem, he will take this fight. Whew. Barely shuts him down. Catches out more Marauders. Bunny plummeting in supply here. The turns have tabled. Oh my god. Turns have tabled. Clem comes in with more reinforcements. Nova goes off. And Bunny, he lost a little bit too much here. The boys are being pulled. Nova goes off. Massive connection. Takes down the Marauders. GG gets caught, and Clem, he barely breaks through. He breaks the back of Bunny, and Clem will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here from Clem and Bunny. There were honestly really good moments for Bunny as well. He did have momentum for quite some time there, but took a really bad fight across the map. I'm referring to the fight at the 4th base, where we saw Clem with his disruptors, with his Colossus. He was able to take the better fight. Bunny, he committed so hard to sniping those Colossus. He only got one of them, and he just didn't have enough to break through the rest of them, to break through the defensive line. GG. Did overcommit, didn't quite break through. With that, Clem, he will claim the series. Was a very close game though, but regardless, Clem will take it. And a shout out to Bunny here for competing, for almost forcing the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Clem will take it. And now we are getting ready for our first semifinals of the night. It's going to be a best of 3 between Clem and Classic. So another Protoss versus Terran. This time Clem playing Terran. This time is mixing it up. As we do have the lower portion of the bracket a little bit slower here. herO takes down Ryung. SKillous takes down ByuN. Very nice win there for SKillous. SKillous, he gets his revenge from Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you remember, in STC yesterday, we actually had ByuN take down SKillous 3-0. Here, SKillous takes on ByuN 2-0. GG. GG will play there by SKillous. Likewise, Cure takes down Nice, and Solar is up against Cure in the quarterfinals as well. So we still have that Zerg dream alive with Solar. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Otherwise, we are going on a short break here. As we're waiting for the vetoes to conclude. And then we can jump in. So for now, again, we're going to be going on that short break. So take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your Marines, and we'll be back soon with our semifinals, the first of 2. And we'll be casting both on the channel. So we are nearing the end of the broadcast. There's 3 matches left, both semis and the grand finals. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday number 24. We are nearing the later half of the broadcast here. We have 3 matches left. We have the upper semis, lower semis, and then grand final. So 3 series remaining. We're here to find out the first player to make it to those grand finals. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Classic. And you know what time it is? You know what time it is if you're in the chat? It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a prediction for the entirety of the series, not just the game. So best of luck for this best of 3. As Clem does open up aggressively, double gas to open out of Clem. This can lead a couple of different ways. This can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. This can go into an early 1-1-1 Tech Lab into Cyclone, into Tank Drop across the map. This can lead into Banshee play. This can lead a couple of different ways. We'll see how Clem does approach this. Meanwhile, Classic, he does confirm both gases. So Classic scouts, he confirms both gases. He knows it's going to be a later CC. He knows that it is going to be a more aggressive start. It's going to be on Classic to confirm what exactly is going on, as he's being as annoying as possible. Oh, there's that factory. Factory's on the way. Classic does pull out. Back at home, Classic going for a standard opener, going for a gate into Cybercore into expansion. So everything looking normal for the time being. Everything is looking normal. Again, when it comes to, the overall state of play here and our overall players, Clem, of course, he's the favorite player to win the entire event. He's the best player in the world, but we have seen him fall from time to time to players like a Classic, like a herO, like a Maxpax. He can be brought down, but alas, it is more of an exception than the norm. The norm is Clem. He's the world champion for a reason. is the reigning world champion. Meanwhile, Classic is very fond of this Stargate opener. Classic, if you've been watching Classic's PBTs as of late, even over the past 6 months, you will know that Classic is very fond of Stargate play more than all others. He does play Blink from time to time, but if he can get away with it, he will open and play Stargate more often than not. So Stargate play out of Classic, it can be risky, can be very risky here, can be abused, can be quite vulnerable. And Clem dips in, and Clem, he is going for the scouts. It doesn't quite get eyes on the tech, though. Is going to be zoned away. Clem is denied. And behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1. That is a Cyclone first. Do we go for the map? He's going for a tank drop. He's going for a tank drop across the map. Classic is going to be in trouble here, and this is perfect against a Stargate opener. Now, talking about Stargate play, a reason why this is not really the meta, this is not really the norm, is because you are vulnerable. You are vulnerable here with Stargate openers to early game aggression, just because you have so little to defend. Again, Phoenixes, they can lift up 1 unit at a time, so early on, you have few Phoenixes, you can't really lift that much to work with to begin with. So he is vulnerable, and as we mentioned, Clem is going for a tank drop. He's going for the drop, a tank is on the way, he's waiting for the tank with the medevac. Cyclone rallies, a Viking rallies as well. And Clem, he hasn't even scouted the tech, he doesn't even know what's going on, but it's a good guess. Against Classic, it is a good assumption, and he's going to be rallying everything across the map. The Marines, the tanks, the rest of the army is already pushing, and Classic is going to be in trouble. And Classic, he has no shield battery! He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on, doesn't know what's coming his way. Classic, he shades out. He sees the army, he sees the Cyclone, we need shield batteries. As we have 3 Phoenixes. Is that good? 4 Adepts might be enough. There's the lift. Adepts, they do commit. Ooh, but the Phoenixes are being targeted down. He gets 1, he gets 2. And now there's 1 Phoenix left, and likewise it falls as well. Yeah, the Phoenix count reduced to ashes. Viking lands, Adepts are the only thing standing. Adepts are going down as well. And remember, there's no shield, there's no defensive setup. Clemmy's done it. He breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line. There's almost nothing left to defend. There's 1 Stalker and 1 Phoenix. And what does that do against this army? Against Marines, tanks, Cyclones, Vikings. Anything and everything Terran. And Clem, he's starting things off with a win here, with a bang. As the tank just shell away the expansion. No mining whatsoever. Here comes the lift. Phoenix once again is targeted. Oh, barely survives. Not bad. Survives a little bit longer here. Focusing down those Marines as best he can. But that's going to be 14 probe kills. Oh my god, no! The tank fire! 18 probes. Second tank arrives. The natural it's forfeits. And again, this is why it's risky to play Stargate. It isn't just that though. Like, we have seen players go Stargate and survive this, but GG gets called and Clem will take a lead. GG. What's important, we have seen players pull off a defense with Stargate openers against this build. That is true. We saw that. We actually saw that this morning. If you're watching ByuN versus Clem on Frostline. ByuN versus Clem on Frostline this morning during the best of 9 show match. For those that are curious, we did cast a show match between ByuN and Clem. Did cast a best of 9, and ByuN had a very impressive defense on Frostline against this very same build with a Stargate opener. But what's important is that ByuN, he saw it coming ahead of time. He saw it coming ahead of time, so he had a shield battery and he had a surround set up as well. He was able to collapse on the army from multiple angles. It was a very different kind of dynamic because ByuN had the foresight or had forewarning as to what was happening. Here, Classic didn't know. Classic, he had no idea. That's why he had no defensive setup. He had no immortal. He had no shield battery. He had nothing to defend. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he was caught with his pants down, and now we are getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from South Korea. Down in the series, the pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Classic. We go. Ooh. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Coming into this map, I would say it is more viable for Classic to open up Stargate on a map as large as this. I do think that it's more viable, it's more accessible to play Stargate, to be defensive and to get away with it. But after what happened in the last game, now I don't know anymore. I don't know if it's wise to play Stargate 2 games in a row. Like, Clem already has momentum. Is it wise to be risky? Is it wise to cut corners and play Stargate again after being punished for it? This is where mind games come into play. This is where this isn't just an isolated game between Classic and Clem. This is a series, and game 1 impacts what happens in game 2. Like, how players think about their builds and how they think about their opponents, it all does change depending on what happens, and because of that, Classic, he might be forced into a Twilight Council opener instead. We'll see. We shall see. For now, Clem does open up single gas, so he's going for a Rax into a CC on the low ground. Does get it on location, nicely done. So this time a more economic opener. And the reason why we're seeing a more economic opener here in game 2, as we mentioned, is because this map is very large. It's a very large map, very long rush distance by ground. So being greedy and playing towards a later game is seen more often here on Amygdala. Which is why I'm saying that something like a Stargate opener is viable. It's viable here. It's a little bit easier to get away with. But we'll keep an eye on Classic. Comes down to our Protoss. For now, standard opener. We will soon see our tech of choice. We'll see what Classic does embrace. And there it is. Twilight Council. Doesn't take the risk. This time he doesn't risk it, even though I do feel like it is easier to get into Stargate play here on this map. He doesn't go for it after what happened in game 1. He's done with it. Blink instead. So going for something more standard, something more secure, something more safe. Is going into Blink, into a third base, into towards that mid game. Meanwhile, Clem going into his own 1-1-1. Clem has very limited scouting, and by limited I mean 0 scouting. He has not seen anything, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. Again, it's very common for Terrans at this level of play to just forego scouting early on. There's not really much they have to be concerned by, and they can just cut corners and be greedy. The follow-up scout should be with this Hellion. The Hellion's being repaired, and the Hellion should be the first unit to move out across the map alongside the Mine Drop. This is why Mine Drops are so common in TVP. They're not really about getting damage, they're about scouting. Because again, Clem has no idea what's happening, but he will soon base off the Widow Mine Drop. As he'll be able to boost into the main base, potentially kill some probes, but more importantly, scout the tech and scout the gateways, scout the third base, see saturation. That's really what's more valuable here from the initial Widowmine drop, more so than the damage. So here we go. Drop is moving out. It's going to be Widowmines alongside Marines. Now I have to eat my words a little bit. If this is a mine drop, it's just about scouting. If it's a Marine drop, it's about damage. Like, this is more committed. Moving out with the Marines and with the Widowmine. Clem boosting in towards the main. Adept does scout. Nice positioning here by Classic. He knows what's going on. Behind this, we have 3 gateways in the main. So 3 gate blink. Very safe play here. You can warp in 3 stalkers at a time. And Classic will deflect. And just like that, Clem now knows it was a blink-based opener. He knows it was not Stargate. Sees all the stalkers. And does pull away. He also saw the gateway explosion as well. So we should see Clem be more defensive. He should be walling up, and setting up his bunker, setting up his tanks. Third base is now being taken, but I believe Clem did not see the third yet. For all he knows, it could be 4-gate blink. Oh! The Liberator is getting caught out. Clem does get away. Just barely. Does pull back. Tanks are actually moving out here, not setting up back at home. And Clem being a little bit greedy here. But being adventurous. As Clem is pushing, no fear whatsoever. Oh my god. Again, I mean, for all he knows, it could have been a bigger commitment into gateways. As we can see, it's going to be a third base, and Clem just moves out anyway. He does push. Classic, he will slow him down, takes down the Hellion, takes down a couple of Marines. And so important here that Classic slows down this army and chips away at it. So far, good pickups. Very nicely done here by Classic. And by the time Clem gets across the map, now his army is half the size it once was. He lost how many? He lost 10 Marines so far. Immortal has arrived. Clem, his goal is to kill the third. Classic, can he hold on to it? Now the Liberator does go for the blink. Goes for the dive, takes down the lid, takes down the tanks. And Classic, he will hold, he will shut this down. And again, Clem, he was just a little bit too cavalier with this army. Losing another tank. And Clem's in trouble. Clem sees in a lot of trouble here. Every tank goes down. Raven as well, Marines. Clem, what does he have to defend? Nothing. Remember, no bunker. No bunker. No defensive setup. He has 1 tank. And Classic, he can send it. He can blink in, and he will. Dives on the tank. Tank goes down. And Clem, he's down to 2 Marines. He's down to a handful of Marines, 1 Marauder, a couple of boys. He has to pull them. And even then, this is critical damage. Nice target firing. Classic shuts down the Marauder. Cleans up all the ByuN. And Classic can just rally. He can just rally across the map. He has broken Clem. Again, Clem just too aggressive. He got too excited back. Too excited. Losing 4 more SCVs. Now, reinforcements are taking a long time to arrive. True. There is no War Prism. So Clem, he might be able to buy a little bit of time here. But he's still losing so many SCVs. And his tank count was reset. Even getting another Marauder. He gets 2. ABGB just keep going. Classic can just keep on pushing. Just very nice target firing. And with the arrival of the War Prism, that should just be game. To be honest, it should just be game. There's just nothing here. There's 2 Widowmines, a Marauder. Mine shots get baited out. Nice avoid. Here comes that Prism. Here come the reinforcements. And Clem is being punished for his aggression. Is being punished. There's a scan for the Observer. Observer's too far back. Widowmine goes down once again. And Clem, he's trying to hold on as best he can. He's trying. Doesn't want to accept defeat here. But we are forcing a series. GG gets called, and Classic, he forces the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As Classic does tie things up, and we are going all the way to game number 3. And again, Clem was just overly aggressive here. He did have a decent start to the game, but just kept on going. He sent everything across the map towards the third base. He did not know what he was pushing into, and shout out to Classic because he did have the wherewithal to be active with those stalkers and to slow down the push. Remember, as we were mentioning, when Clem was pushing towards the third base, he lost 10 Marines in the process. He lost most of his bio trying to push across the map. By the time he got there, didn't really have much support. He didn't really have much to really support those tanks and to keep them alive and to protect them. Did not have enough with that. GG, well played. Classic does overwhelm. And now we find ourselves in Game 3. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on Whispers of Gold. It all ends on Whispers. And we'll see how this story ends. Whispers of Gold, of course, is a very small map, is a very aggressive map. It is the rush map of the map pool. So, I don't see a Stargate open out of Classic. I'll be honest. No Stargate. Maybe Robo. Most likely Twilight Council. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Classic. Tying up the series 1-1, and again, punishing Clem for being overly aggressive. Like, Clem, he just committed so hard so early on. It did feel like overconfidence, I'll be honest. It did feel like Clem, he was just a little bit overconfident, and with that, he was punished quite hard. Coming into game number 3, I would imagine that Clem is going to be a lot more tempered this time. I would imagine that if he does find himself with the lead, he most likely will just back off, slow things down, and extend that lead instead. But we'll see. We shall see. So far, double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem, going for a delayed TC, going for a faster factory. So much more aggressive. Now, we saw that this build in game 1, what did it lead into? It led into 1-1-1 Tech Lab, into Cyclone, Medevac, into Tank Drop, into a really brutal tank, basically all in. It was just a tank timing with the Medevac across the map. Very aggressive build here by Clem. It could be the same build. This could lead into Reactor to Reaper Hellion instead. This can lead into a Banshee based opener, which is also very trendy in this matchup. Clem has options. Does have options. We'll try to keep an eye on Clem. See what this aggression leads into. As that factory is on the way. Back at home, standard opener out of Classic. Nothing crazy. There's no proxy. There's no gateway out on the map. Everything looking normal. Ooh, as we are not making Reapers. Okay, so already no Reactor Reaper Hellion. He's going into double Marine production. This should lead into a CC. As I believe Clem is going to be delaying his command center. Do we go for the earlier add-on? Do we go for a Tech Lab into Starport? Do we go for a one base all in? There's that Tech Lab on the way. There's just a one base all in. Let's go. Gumiho, is that you? I haven't seen Clem one base all in too often, I'll be honest, but this is hyper aggressive from our Terran player. Remember, in game 1, when Clem went for the tank drop, he still expanded. He still went for the CC after the factory. Classic, he pokes in, he sees nothing on the low ground. The problem here, this isn't really a tell. For all Classic knows, there could be a CC further back in the main on the high ground. It is not uncommon to have that CC further back instead to be safe. So Classic, he only has a piece of the puzzle, doesn't really know what's going on. Doesn't know how all in Clem is being. Clem, he's an animal. Jesus. Now, we should be seeing Cyclone into tank. We should be seeing a tank after this, I would imagine. Yeah, there we go. Tank is on the way. So this is very similar to game 1, but like cranked up to 11. Like this is even more all in, even more committed. Going for the tank drop across the map. We're going to have extra Marines. We might even pull the boys with this. We might just pull the boys to help repair and help buffer. As Clem is rallying everything across the map. Phoenix taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage already. And wait, it was a Star... No, I didn't notice. The Stargate. No, Stargate opener. He's crazy. Stargate opener once on Whispers of Gold. He's crazy. Now, this time he has a shield battery, thankfully. This time there's a shield battery, but this is risky. It's very risky here from Classic. I was focusing on what Clem was doing. I didn't even notice he went for the Stargate. Okay. Oh, God. The shield battery is exposed. It's not gonna be. It might finish, but it's gonna go down almost instantly. Tank's a little bit too far behind, but is within range of the shield battery. We go for the lift. Beats is targeted down. Nice. Oh, the micro saves the cyclone. Does fall back, saves the cyclone. Shield battery does fall. And Clem, he's moving forward. Now the tank is a little bit far back, but he's within range of the cybercore. Intentionally so. Cybercore's gonna fall, which means no more stalker reinforcements. Backup shield battery on the way. And remember, there is no expansion. This isn't all in. Clem pushing forward. Tank's still a little bit far back. Within range of the gateway. Here comes that bunker. Goes to the lift. Oh, the Phoenix goes down almost instantly. And again, the Phoenix, they do nothing here. They get focused down one after the other. Viking does land. Stalkers are targeted. And Clem, he does it. He does it. He breaks through the defensive line. There's 3 zealots remaining. There's slow lots. That's all we can warp in. The cybercore went down. No stalkers. No nothing. Vikings, they can just lift once again. And Clem, he has done it. He has punished Classic twice now this series for the Stargate play. I didn't mind Classic going Stargate on Ultra Love. It was an okay decision, but herO and Whispers, that's crazy. It's crazy, man. Again, this is the rush map. This is it. You don't get more aggressive than Whispers of Gold. Not in this map pool. The boys are being pulled, and Classic's gonna lose everything. Gonna lose everything here. The Stalkers, the Probes, GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Clem just doubling down and going for the one base all in. And a little bit shocking, but Classic did decide to open Stargate here on Whispers of Gold. A very, very bold move. After what happened in Game 1, I didn't think we'd see it again. But he went for it, and again, on the rush map, on the smallest map in the map pool, with the shortest rush distance as well. Crazy choice there by Classic. He gets punished for it. Does get punished for it. GG, well played. And Clem will be the first to make it to those finals. But a shout to Classic because, hey, he made a series out of it, right? He made a series out of it. He was able to force the ace match as well. Very impressive. Did force the ace match. Did make Clem bleed. And even forced Clem to one base all in. Ay. But here we go. We're getting into the lower semifinals. Looks like the vetoes are done. And I'm just trying to set up in time. I don't actually know who's playing. It's herO and who? Let's double check here. herO took down SKillous 2-0, and Cure took down Solar 2-1. So Solar has been eliminated. There is no more Zerg players left in the tournament. It is purely Terran and Protoss. And the question becomes, is it going to be a TV? Sorry, I guess it's going to be a PvT regardless. I was going to be like, it's going to be a TvT or a TvP. It's going to be Terran versus Protoss regardless here. But is Clem going to play Terran or Protoss? That is the question. It will depend on his opponent. Will depend on his opponent. As we have herO going up against Cure. Let's go. Let us go. Okay. Have our players ready. And it looks like we have our lobby. Game 1 is going to be on El Dorado. Did mention this before, but we've been seeing an uptick in El Dorado games just because we've been seeing more vetoes on Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, and on Abyssal Reef. So we've had more El Dorado as of late, and we're jumping in. The power move. Este mío, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Buenos días. Buenos días, abogado. Oh, sorry. Abogado. Buenos días. Good to see you. Good to see you back. Good to see you. As we're getting into our fresh semifinals, our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid, also from South Korea. It is Cure. And And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Once again, it is Gamba time, and predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As coming into this, I do lean towards herO. I do favor herO. herO, he did recently play against Cure, did bring him down, but these two go back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for, game 3, and we'll see which of these two faces off against Clem in those finals. So far, double gas. Double gas opener out of Cure, going for that faster factory. Just like the previous series, may as well reiterate, but there are options available here. Cure, he can go for Reactor Reaper Hellion, he can go for early 1-1-1 into Banshee, he can go into Cyclone, into Tank Drop as well. Technically, he can go for a one base all-in like we saw at Clem, but that's very rare. It's very rare to see one base all-ins at this level of play, but as we saw, not impossible. And I'm sure Cure and herO were watching. That's the thing. I'm sure they were watching that last series. I'm sure they saw how animalistic Clem is. Oh no. He's an animal, Pat. He's an animal. As Cure is going for that factory. Max into factory, as we did mention, into a delayed CC. Likewise, herO setting up with a standard opener back at home. Last time we beat him, yes. For those that are keeping up with the CranKy Ducklings and with the podcast, we actually do now post results on a weekly basis. And herO did defeat Clem last week in the Monday Night Weekly. We didn't cast it, but did defeat him in the European Weekly tournaments last week. So herO did beat Clem. But it's one of those things where even though we beat him, I wouldn't say that herO is favored against Clem. I would say that they're close enough in skill that they trade back and forth, right? Like they go back and forth in series, they go back and forth when it comes to their matches. I think I still favor Clem over herO, but it's like more of like a 60-40 sort of thing. But for now, we're getting to our TVP. Alright, getting into it. There's that CC on the low ground for Cure. Again, there's no crazy one base all-in out of a Terran, not this time. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of a herO. Reapers, they bust into the main base, they get one probe, just the one. As he does head towards that natural, getting a second probe, not bad. Two workers go down, it was Reaper Hellion initially.
Add-on complete.
Hellion dives in, a little bit greedy, and alas, he will not bust into the main base, but he does scout the tech, he does confirm the Twilight Council. So Curie gets a full scout. Meanwhile, herO, he's going for the triangular third. Yeah, he's going for the triangular third. For a moment, I was like, is he going for like the center gold? is he crazy? I mean, he is. But he's going to be expanding towards his opponent. Meanwhile, Cure building up towards a mine drop. And Hallucination does confirm. Does confirm the medevac, does confirm the mine drop. We'll keep eyes on Cure and Stalkers, they rotate their respawn in time. Likewise, Cure waddling into the natural. Does waddle in, making his way into the mineral line. Does herO notice in time? Up. As he does notice, it does pull. My god, does pull away. Leaves that one probe. Stalkers, they pin down that medevac. And the Reaper dives in for a second scout. Now, the purpose here should be to count the gateways. To count the gates. One at the natural, one in the main, 2 gates blink into a third. Very greedy economic build by herO. So here he does go for the third base, staying on a very low gate count, a very low stalker count. And so far, herO, he's getting away with it. He's getting away with it. Waddling in for a second time. Let's go. He's scuttling into the natural. Oh, but he is going to be shut down. Here he does notice. And he baits out the mine shot with a probe. Widowmine will not escape. Medevac still pinned back. And here he confirms the 3-1-1 setup of ByuN tank. So we have tanks initially on the way here just to be secure. Now getting out of tank production into stim, combat shields, concussive shell, fire production. herO likewise is not rushing into an early gateway commitment, is getting into charge, but alongside it into the bay, into Colossus. Does take both gases. So he's on a 4-gas setup into Colossus production, much more robust style here out of herO. We've seen a lot of Protoss players as of late go for this more kind of like gateway man or swarm toss style of mass gateways into +1, like an 8-gate setup on 3 bases with charge and blink. Here he's not doing that. He does delay his forge in favor of Colossus and takes an extra gas. Does take extra gas, guys. Oh my god. Oh god. The splits. Mine shot goes off, takes down 2 probes. Very tense. herO will shut it down. And he is slowly building up that Colossus count. Meanwhile, the Banshee has arrived. Now, I believe there's no cloak here. No cloak here for Cure. Just a lone Banshee. Does get 5 probes in total. It's 3 probes for the Banshee, 2 for the Widowmine. Just keeping herO pinned. Continuing with the aggression from Widowmine drop into Banshee into double Marine drop as well. Here he does continue. The Observer did spot this. And herO does sneak up. Oh no! Full medevac! Full medevac goes down. Massive pick off. Gets 1. He wants the other as well. He gets both! Oh shot, he gets both full medevacs. Oh my god. The Observer was the MVP. Remember, he saw it. He saw everything moving out. And here he shuts it down. Now going for the 4th base, going for the gold as well. And here he's perfectly fine. He's safe and sound. Shuts down the drop. Double it does take the expansion. Banshee does make up for this. Getting a couple of probes, not bad. 4. I believe that's what, 7 in total. 7 probe kills 1 Banshee. I would say that is worth it for Cure. But the reality is he needs more. He needs more damage because losing those two full medevacs. He needs to gain more value. 3rd base on the way. Cure's army gets spotted. herO knows. He does know. He's trying to keep up. It can be quite awkward to protect this gold just because of the terrain and maneuvering between the bases. But herO, he has the Zilnaga. True. He has control of the Zilnaga. He knows he's safe. He moves out. He's looking for the drop, and he does find it. Oh, and once again, he shuts down the medevac. herO so decisive here. Keeping up and just shutting down Cure time and time again. Yeah, shuts down all the Widowmines. I mean, he sees everything thanks to the Observer. Again, the Observers, they've been popping up here. Have been popping up. As here he reinforces. 2nd Robo's on the way. Mass Disruptor. Here he's pinned against the wall. He wanted to be aggressive. Now he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home instead. Here comes that Disruptor. Nova goes up. Does catch that Widowmine. Nice connection. Now here he shouldn't commit into this. Oh my god. He should not commit. Nice force field. 2nd Disruptor has arrived. Right now he's fishing for another Nova. Nice scan. Does take down the Observer. Oh my god. Observer does fall. Here comes that 2nd Nova. Oof. Takes down a Widowmine. Raises the army. Very major connection, just keeping Cure pinned back. Behind this, herO double expands. He takes the northern base and the center gold as well. Double expanding behind this. Mass greed out of herO. And so far, I mean, he is containing Cure. He's getting away with it. He's containing the Terran. Setting up more Novas. More secure damage. Oh. Connects with the tank. But again, herO playing with fire. He cannot push into this, not yet. Cure still has a respectable army. Very respectable. As hero's rotating. His goal here is shut down the 4th. Can he deny the expansion? He's going for it. Behind this, Stargate's on the way, getting ready for Skytoss. Skytoss on the horizon. Novas, they pop up. Ooh, they 4 splits. And there's still plenty of Novas left. And they are connecting. Oh my god. So far, decent trades here from herO. Doesn't lose any disruptors. But at least he's holding on to the expansion. The planetary is still standing strong. Scan reveals the army. That's going to be 8 disruptors for herO. It's still going to be a tough hold. Nice EMP. EMPs pop up. Ooh, Novas don't quite connect, but they're going for the tank. Only one connects. But the tank is going to go down. And so does the planetary. And that's what's important. The planetary does fall. And from here he has to get the hell out of here. He got the damage. Cheese it. Let's rotate. Here he's maxed. Technically can't take a fight. He's taking Cure's... Okay. Well, I looked at the minimap. I was like, is he taking Cure's base? Proxying. Thankfully. Just proxying. Not taking it himself. Oh my god. Brutal connection. Shuts down the bio. Collapses in. Where are the ghosts? Where are the EMPs? Yeah, they're rotating over. We're lagging behind. And Cure's just being pulled apart here. He needs an expansion. Needs a base. Still being pinned back. herO taking every other base on the map. Every other expansion. And here he's just in full control. He's just in full control of this game. Headed towards that natural. Going for the production. Buildings are falling. We have plus on air attack on the way for the eventual sky toss. And all that herO has to do here, remember, he doesn't have to push into the third. He just has to deny the base. Deny the fourth, time and time again. Just starve herO out. As tanks are falling, tank was exposed. Catching up Vikings as well. Yeah, brutal pickoffs. 2, 3 Vikings going down. 1 Viking left. And every time herO tries to chase, there's always a Nova. There's always just a Nova to chase him down, to force him back. herO, he just can never commit. And we have another base being taken. Another expansion. herO, he has to be careful though, he could be surrounded. There's potential for Cure. He could still take a fight. Especially if the Novas don't connect. That's a big if. herO does blink in. Catching another Viking. And Curie's all in at this point. He's completely all in. He's rallying. Oh no! The disruptors! Does miss rally. Yeah, Cure, so here with some miscontrol. Disruptors are falling. The best fight here that Cure can hope for. Takes down disruptors, Colossus, everything goes down. Cure, he does take a supply lead. But remember, he has no reinforcements. He is all in. He has to end the game with this push. If he doesn't, he cannot keep up. As herO did plunder. Ooh, disruptors don't connect. Once again, a nice fight from Cure. And he can just keep going. He can just keep pushing he needs to. Send that back. Keep going. As the end, herO just too often, too consecutively, just miscontrolling the army. Throwing away every disruptor. And now suddenly Cure, he has momentum. He's up in supply. Moves out across the map. herO, he does not have a third robo, just making 2 robos or 2 colossus at a time. herO, he's in trouble. Does get a ghost. Takes down the ghost. There's a massive slow zone. Oh my god. Slow zone pops off, shows those Novas. Disruptor's moving in. Nova doesn't quite connect. The splits, pappy. Oh my god. Cure with the moves. Does split, does avoid. But alas, Cure, he's losing too much. And again, Cure, he is all in here. He will suck on 3 bases. He does have a 4th behind this, true. It's up and running. He has some sustain. But that was just like that one big last burst of energy from Cure. Did a lot of damage, but did not kill herO. And that was Cure's moment. That was it. herO from here, he's stabilizing, he's remaxing, he's rebuilding. That was a scary couple of moments for herO. but alas, he survived. Did survive. Here he's pushing in, collapsing on the base, collapsing on the planetary novas. They just zoned back the army. Massive connections. But Liberation has arrived. There's no easy way to deal with this. It does wing forward, takes down 2 libs. The novas are brutal. Some brutal purification neighbors. They do connect. And here he's still just maxed. He's still just reinforcing, remaxing, warping in more zealots. He can trade for days. We're back in this game state, and this time he's moving in. This time the base is exposed. The planetary should fall. As they connect. And this time Curie does not have enough. GG gets called, and herO, he will take a lead in the series, taking down Cure in game 1. GG. herO does take a lead. Whew, again, for most of this game, herO, he was in control, but we saw one kind of massive move out from Cure, one massive breakout where he was able to catch out all the disruptors, where he was able to move out across the map. It is one of those things where, unfortunately, herO had a lot of miscontrol. He did rally his disruptors into the main army. He lost like 8 disruptors in an instant, and that was the moment for Cure. herO, he almost lost the game then and there, but he was able to buy time, able to reinforce, able to slow down his opponent, and time was on herO's side there. The longer it went on, the better it would be for herO. GG. GG, well played. herO does take a lead. And we'll see. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can take it and make it to the grand finals, or if Cure can recover and bounce back. Here we go. Here we go. As we are loading into Game 2. Game 2 going to be on King's Cove. Ooh, for the first time tonight. One of the more often vetoed maps of the map pool. Let's go. So we are loading in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Cure. Here we go. And again, herO, he had so much control for so much of that game. Despite that, clearly shows that he is, human, that he is one to make mistakes from time to time, and there are opportunities that can be taken advantage of. Again, we saw Cure almost snowball out of control, catching herO with his pants down, cashing out all the disruptors, resetting the robo count. It was a crazy move out that Cure had. It barely wasn't enough to end the game, but almost did. Almost did. So Cure showing his tenacity, showing that, again, there's always a way. Always. And we'll see how our players differ here on King's Cove. Now, welcome one and all. Again, this is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. It's very rare to see it, and this is one of the larger maps as well. Very large map, very defendable on 2 and 3 bases. Very easy to set up and to wall off and to expand. The 4th base, though, is a different issue. It's a different problem. The 4th base is more exposed, whether it's the center 4th base or the southern 4th base. We do see a lot of fighting, a lot of contention around the 4th. On top of that, it's a very large map. Very large map. We often see a lot of mid-game and mid to late game on this map. So I hope you're ready to strap in. Now, I'm sure herO, he's willing to try to end the game early if he sees an opportunity, but for the most part, I'm expecting a longer game. Or I should say I'm expecting a more even back and forth, where it's a little bit more difficult for a player like herO to maintain like his army and to contain Cure on 3 bases. We saw that Cure, it took him so long to get a 4th base in game 1. Here, I would imagine it would be a little bit more difficult for herO to really apply the same amount of pressure and have that same kind of map control on King's Cove. But we'll see. We shall see. I do still expect fighting at the 4th, but whether or not Cure can be denied the expansion, yet to be determined. But now we're settling in. Going for our 1-1 run. Hallucination does confirm. It is going to be Reactor to Hellion, actually. Interesting. You don't often see add-on swaps for the Reactor on the factory, but is spotted, is confirmed. Going for Hellions. And this can be a setup for a Hellion drop. Starport's on the way. Our eyes on the Starport for a medevac. Meanwhile, here for the first time this series, Stargate opener. As we mentioned, as I tried to emphasize during the classic series, Stargate play is a lot more viable on these larger maps, like Amygdala is what we were saying at the time. King's Cove also applies to that. King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, very large, very defendable maps. These are maps where it is more difficult to punish a player that does open Stargate. So I'm all for this from the side of herO. Does open Stargate. Hellion's going to be forced back. Here comes our Mind Drop follow-up. Going for the medevac, going for the Widow Mines. As Cure, he only made 2 Hellions, he didn't go up to 4. So only 2 out of Cure. Widow Mines are on the way. Moving out with 4 Widow Mines even. It's a lot of mines. Much more committed. Hellions, they bypass some of the Stalkers. They try to rush in. They won't quite be able to. Ooh, the force field is brutal though. And the Hellion is going to be cleaned up. Is forced into the mineral line. Can maybe get 1 probe. Not even. Mineral line is safe. Hellions go down. Now what's important is that now the Hellions aren't a distraction. Now here he can focus on the drop. Widow Mines 1 shot is going to go up. Oh my god, does retarget. Gets 1 probe. And that's going to be 4 Widow Mines for 1 probe. Ay, ay, ay. That's not worth it, and the medevac will not escape. Medevac boosts away, but the Phoenixes will hunt it down. It will be hunted down. And that is a big win here for herO. Looking at the trade so far, 2 Hellions, 4 Widow Mines, 1 medevac for a singular worker. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal loss for Cure. And from here, herO, he can now expand, he can take his 3rd, he can settle in. Even going for an Oracle follow-up. Across the map, going for Matrix. Interference Matrix is being researched. This is a rare sight in this matchup nowadays. Interesting. Going for a 2nd Raven. Okay. So if this finishes, this is going to be ideal against Phoenix Colossus, potentially, right? Because we can disable the Colossus. As we can see, it's not. It's Phoenix into Forge, into Twilight Council. It's Phoenix into Charge, not Colossus. So, and unfortunately, Cure doesn't see. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's going on. Again, it's going to be a Charge follow-up, not Colossus-based. So these Ravens aren't going to be as effective. Yes, Ravens, they can throw down the missile, right? The anti-armor missile. The Dorito dust, if you will. That is true, but we did just invest into the upgrade for the Matrix. That isn't going to be a factor. So I'm a little bit concerned here by Cure's follow-up. We'll see if he can gain some value regardless. With some auto-tart harass or, again, with that missile. Phoenixes, they threaten to dive. Likewise, Cure also has to babysit those Ravens to make sure they don't die to the Phoenixes. As here he does get the 3rd CC. Will delay it. Delay the 3rd. Those rotate back out. Ah. Shout out to Jay as well, by the way. I don't know if you're still awake, Jay, but I do appreciate it. Left a very kind message on YouTube, in the YouTube chat. We'll get into it as would you dive in? Trading out 1 Phoenix, 1 Raven. Well worth it here for herO. Shuts down the Raven. Lycos here behind this, working towards Storm. Towards Zone Robo into War Prism, I would imagine. Cure is going to be pushing. And herO is getting ready. Storm is almost done. It's being chronoed as we speak. And it should be done in time. Oh, Stasis goes off, catches out the Cyclones. Here he spots the main army. He's ready with the force fields. And Cure, he should not push into this. He should not push into the expansion across the map. He's taking his third base. Pushing up this ramp is going to be a death sentence. His mine shots are baited out. Here he breaks out from the contain. Another stasis pops off. And here he's looking for those storms. He's hunting for them. Now catching out the cyclones. Oh. Massive storm does connect, and he's got 3 more behind this. Yeah, he's got plenty of storms. Here he's broken free. He's now unchained. Shuts down the army, forces Cure all the way back home. There's no bunker on the high ground. There's a missile on the main army. Not bad. Oh, the storms, they will zone away. There's still more storms behind this. Oh my god. Temple, they do overextend. Nice split there from Cure. He survives. And herO backs off. Without storms, herO cannot push in. As there's just too much bio. And herO, he shouldn't try it. Again, not without storm. From here, herO getting a 4th base, working towards Extendable Lance, working towards Colossus. Does move in. He's crazy. Does lift. Lands 1 storm, and he breaks through the Marauders, but not much else. Marauder count gets reset. But here he's punished, and he has to back off. He has to pull away. Can hear it getting a little bit too greedy. Does reinforce with 1 more High Templar. He's so tempted to go in. He wants the storm. Oh, gets a feedback. Okay. Does get a couple of feedbacks, but he's going to lose the High Templar in the process. Barely not. He wants it. Ooh, does get the snipe. High Templar goes down. Nice pick up at a Cure. And again, herO, I do think he's overstayed his welcome. Like, he's lost, what, 5 High Templar already? He's lost so many. EMPs, they catch out the Archon as well. He has 3 High Templar and an Archon. That's 5 in total. Colossus has arrived. EMP does catch High Templar. Denies the storm once again. And here he has to retreat. Has to, oh no! He has to pull away. Colossus takes a lot of hits. Barely does back up. herO, calm down. Now up to 2 Colossus. Does miss the rotation. Does miss the main army. Yeah, he has no spotter unit on left-hand side. And Curie collapses on the base. Nice storm. Storm does zone away. Snipe goes off. There's 1 more storm. Good connection. Cells they charge in. 3rd Colossus has arrived. And herO holds. Ooh, herO, he saves the 4th base and does hold on. Does survive. You're getting forced back. He's going to be forced to retreat. herO still being very aggressive. He does have that supply lead. The 4th base is now coming into high gear. Now kicking in. It's up to how many? He's got 4 High Templar. He's got 4 Colossus. Getting a 5th Colossus. Let's go. Getting up to 5 Colossi. And the Viking count right now is very low. It's a very low Viking count. Stargate's on the way for eventual Sky Toss. herO moving in. He's got his storm here in the prism. Ready to commit. First 2 storms, they do graze the army. Not bad. Half the army deep in the red. Base is denied. Can herO push in. He's setting up, he's reinforcing. He still has his High Templar, plus on air attack is on the way. And here he has the concave set up, he's ready. He's ready for Cure to push out into him. And the problem is that he needs to if he wants to expand. He's being forced into this position. Did mention it before, how the fourth base in this map is very difficult to hold on to. herO, he got away with his. Cure didn't. He's stuck on 3 bases. We have a fleet beacon on the way. Second Stargate for SkyToss. Oh, Cure breaks out. Tries to. And again, herO being very patient. He's waiting for Cure to commit. Oh, does end the EP. EP goes up. herO late to respond. And here we go. herO, he commits in. Vikings, they go to town. They bring down one of the Colossus. Zealous charge forward. Where are the storms, though? Where are those storms? Down to 3 Colossus. Down to 2. But the swipes are brutal here, and the ByuN army is crumbling. Zealous bust on in. They get on top of the Ghost. High Templar lead the charge. There's the storm. And herO, it looks like he barely has enough. He breaks through. GG gets called. He breaks the main army. And herO, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Cure. We did mention it at the time at the start of the series how it can be very difficult to maintain your 4th base on King's Cove. That is usually where most of the fights do occur. We saw that initially herO was under threat, but he was able to gain map control. He saved his own 4th base, and his win condition was to make sure that Cure never took a base. He never took a 4th. He tried to, but he was denied it time and time and time again. You could see just how open the map is, how open the area is outside of the 3rd. We had like a full concave set up for herO for whenever we saw an attempted move out from Cure. He just could not move out, he could not expand. GG. GG, well played. herO does advance on, and now we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between herO and Clem. It's going to be a rematch. Let's go. We are getting into that rematch. As a reminder, this is a rematch from last week where both herO and Clem, they face off in the finals of the Monday Night Weeklies. herO did defeat Clem in those finals, but now it's time for Clem to get his revenge. It's time to get his revenge here. As vetoes are underway. But also, thank you so much, Jay, as well. Jay, he left a message saying, it's always good to watch during nighttime when I have insomnia. And I appreciate the great content you make, Light, and awesome gamers that you cover. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. herO versus Clem again? Yes, yes. Always, Pappy, always. But we are getting ready for the finals. Take this moment, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for that final series, for that best of 5. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, it's finals time. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned. We have returned with the grand finals of the WardiTV Monday number 24. We have a fresh best of 5 ready for you. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time for the final time of the broadcast. For the final time here of the WardiTV Monday, we have the grand finals, best of 5. Best of luck in the chat. Get your Gamba going. Get it going. As this is going to be a rematch, for those that are curious, these two did face off in the in the Monday Night Weekly, where herO did defeat Clem. Likewise, also being brought up that they also faced off over the weekend in the WardiTV February tournament, where Clem did defeat herO. So they have been going back and forth. Clem beat herO in the Wardi event, herO beat Clem in the Monday Night Weekly event, and now it's time for another best of 5 between the two of them. Let's go. They just keep facing off time and time again. I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise. herO, he's the best. Clem, he's the best player in the world. herO, he's arguably the best Protoss in the world. Again, you can make an argument for either herO or MaxPax. Regardless, very strong competitors, and we do expect these players to face off very often as a result, as they're both very active in the online tournament scene. Here we go. We do have our initial economic opener, single gas opener out of Clem, so going for a Rax expand, economic start out of our Terran player. We can see him moving out with his first Marine. He is scouting for proxies, checking the third location, most likely the southern third location as well, just making sure that everything is on the up and up. Likewise, herO going for a standard opener, going for a gate, cybercore into expansion, everything looking normal from herO, opening up sentry for that hallucination. There it is, going for that hallucination scout across the map. With this, he will confirm the build of choice and the opener that Clem has gone for. It's a very safe play out of herO. And economic and also kind of safe play out of Clem as well. That earlier Marine Scouts. Likewise confirms the later factory, the later gas geyser. herO opting to go for his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener. Again, this makes sense. Welcome one all to Whispers of Gold. This is a rush map. This is the smallest map of the map pool, or shortest rushes map, I should say. Very aggressive map here. Which is why I was shocked when Classic went Stargate earlier, by the way. I was very shocked. It caught me off guard. I wasn't really expecting that. Here, he calms down. Twilight Council opener into Blink. Something a lot more standard. As we have our first Stalker arrive, hallucination into the main once again, does confirm the 111. Ooh, hello, Clem going for the Cyclone first into Medevac. This can lead into an early tank drop. Do we go for the tank? The answer is yes. Okay, so this is the same build that Clem went for in game 1 against Classic. That was on Frostline, if you remember. This is not the same build that we saw on Whispers of Gold against Classic, because it's not a one-base all-in. It's not a one-base all-in, but it's still very aggressive on 2 bases to move out with that early tank timing. Now, herO, he for the most part has confirmed this. He saw the add-ons, he saw the setup, who knows what's coming. Shield battery's already on the way, and he's warping in, and what's important is that he's being active ahead of time with these Stalkers. Now, it's going to be on herO to slow down the push before it gets to his base. As Clem does move out, herO, he's on the high ground. A little bit paranoid about a counterattack towards the right-hand side. He's trying to find the army. Clem does move in. Gets a lock-on. First Stalker is under fire. Lock-on is broken. Whew. Is broken towards the end. So far, kiting well. Tank forces siege a little bit further back. Is out of range. And here is buying time for that Immortal. The Immortal is on the way. Charge almost done as well. And with the power of charge, he can break this. Yeah, tank is unsieged. Zelsei charge in. Nice spread here with the Stalkers. He avoids splash damage. And the tank does fall. Whew. herO holds. Here he does hold on. Again, just really patient play out of herO. Very crisp timing with that charge, of course, as well. Going charge first. Catching out the medevac. When it will go down. Massive pickoff. And here he's all over Clem. Does shut him down. Does take it across the map. They're going for the mineral line. They don't quite commit in. There's plenty back at home. Clem holds. Clem, he defends. herO expands. So we're building up towards a longer game state. Nice hold out of herO. I do favor herO in this position as he only lost 2 Stalkers. Remember, 2 Stalkers against a tank, medevac, Cyclone, 14 Marines. Much more efficient trade here for herO. And now we can pull away and embrace our longer game states. We have Blink, we have +1, Bay for Colossus, third base as well. herO's in a better position. He is straight up in a better position here. The pressure is on Clem to bounce back. So far, Clem getting a 3rd CC. Is an earlier 3rd. It's going to be a greedy move here from Clem. It's going to be a little bit greedier. Likewise, herO still building up as well. We do have a bit of a lull here in the game just because of the aggression, the early game aggression that did fail from Clem. So now both players are licking their wounds, they're building back up. Clem will eventually break out with his upgrades, stim, combat shields. With that 3rd base, he should be looking to move out and gain map control. And here he comes. Going for the drop initially. Double drop towards the left. He will avoid that observer. Will avoid the 2 observers. Does skirt around the edge of the map. herO coming with hallucination. Does miss the drop. Just barely. And Clem takes his 3rd. Now herO, he does spot the army. Does see the 3rd base. herO is aware. Likewise, Pylon does spot the medevacs. So far, solid scouting here by herO. Does confirm what's going on. He's now aware that there's a base. He's also aware that there's an army out on the map. And here he's trying to keep up. Stalker's warping in. 4th base is exposed. And can he force a cancel? It's going to be close. He's going for it though. Doesn't quite get it. Drops into the main base. A couple Stalkers in position. Trying to keep up. There's a shield battery. Thankfully, there is that battery. Still brings down the pylon. Likewise, main army towards the 3rd base. And here he's just being pulled apart. Is out of position. He's getting caught with his pants down. Zelsa charge in. They collapse on top of the tanks. Mine's just about to pop up. Oh my god. Looking for some friendly fire. Tank does fall. And herO holds. Wow, he barely holds on here. But oh, he wants the 4th. Was that a kill? That was a kill, not a cancel. The base did fall. And with that, Clem was worth it. It was worth it here. He did lose a lot of bio, did lose a lot of his army, but he breaks down the expansion. That's all he needed to break one of the bases. But now it's time to defend against the counterattack. Now herO is committed. He lost the base. He has to make it worth it. herO is pushing. He will knock down the bunker. He needs more than that. Moving in towards that 3rd. Vikings are amassing. There are a couple of Stalkers. Blink is done, of course. Vikings, they move in. Stalkers, they try to zone away. But Clem has too much. Yeah, you can just keep pushing. Yes, plenty of Vikings, plenty of Marauders. Observer goes down. Moving out with this drop. Observer does spot the medevacs. herO is aware. Does spot the army, getting him to 4 Colossus. Jesus. 4 Colossus. Then into a 2nd robot into Disruptors. Disruptors are on the way. They're on the horizon. herO, he will take the mine shots to the face. Oh my god. Mine shots do connect. Colossus getting very low. A bit of a mystery there from herO, and he will lose 1, 2, or 3 Colossus. Massive pickoffs. Yeah, the recall was a mistake. I mean, he had to recall. I mean, he was going to lose everything anyway. He gets caught with his pants down. And herO, he has nothing left. He has nothing left. That's 4 Colossus falling in the blink of an eye. That was a brutal fight. And now Clem, he has a massive lead. He has a massive lead, a massive advantage. He's about to max out, and herO has nothing. He has nothing to defend. Like, even 1 Colossus means nothing as well. Then we're just waiting for that max out. Getting 2-2 upgrades, second starports. herO, he's desperate, going for a Zealot run by. He has to do whatever he can to buy time. To build up and get into Disruptors and more Colossus and eventually max out. The problem is that Clem shouldn't give him that time. Like, he knows he has an advantage. He knows he just killed 4 Colossus. It's crazy. Now we see 2 Disruptors being built at a time. That is the Hail Mary play here for herO. And here comes the move out. Here comes the main push. Clem does move out through the center of the map, knocks down the rocks. Colossus is spotted. Vikings, they have the one job. The one Colossus. Clem is moving in. Yo, show us an overzo. Oh, that splits. Let's go. Does it with the first nail. Second one does connect. Massive connection. Not a bad shot there from herO. Does come in with the Zealots. Collapsing on the army. herO taking the best fight he can. Colossus does go down, and he does get himself the Pyro. And herO, can he keep going? He's running out of Zealots. Yeah, running out of steam. It was a decent fight from herO, but the problem is that he was basically all in. Like he was just so far behind. Had to commit then and there. It is enough, though, to force Clem back. Okay. herO, we're still in this. He's holding on. He double expands, takes top right, takes bottom left. Taking another base as well. Like, herO, he has no right to be expanding like this, but that's why he's doing it. Like, he's hoping to try to catch Clem off guard. To take these bases and to try to sneak out an expansion. DTs a waddle in. They get 6 SCVs. Forcing back the army. Getting economic damage. Again, here just buying more time to build up Disruptors, but he only has 4. Taking another expand. Jesus. Just mass expanding. I mean, hey, it can work. Can work. Speaking of, oh, Nova goes off, gets a ghost. Oh no! Does get a decent connection, still bleeds out a Disruptor. At the same time here, he counterattacks with 5 Stalkers. Again, this is just buying time. Just keeping Clem busy. Oh no! The flanking Nova, very nice connection. Takes down Marauders, comes in for the surround. No shot in herO. He's coming back in this game. Better engage here for herO. Shuts down the bio, collapses on the forces. Zones Clem back. Ooh, another massive connection. We'll catch a Disruptor though. Bit of a miss rally. Miss rally here out of herO. But herO, he has been taking better fights. He has been now trading and out controlling Clem. And also out greeting him, of course. Out expanding him with all these bases. Just really risky play out of herO. Taking so many chances. But he's back in this. He's back in this. Once again collapsing in. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. Oh, a little bit trigger happy there. herO, he panics. And Novas are all on cooldown. Now he gets surrounded. herO's not ready for this. Zelta trade well. forced to pick up. And here he barely escapes. He's pulling out. Liberators have arrived. Disruptors once again, they're exposed. He's gonna lose everything here. The Disruptors are all going down. We've seen this before. Have it against Cure. That was what, 4 Disruptors falling. Brutal losses for herO. Still trading well. With the Zealots at least, but not with the Disruptors. Not like that. That was how many? 9. That was 2 fights, but throughout the course of those 2 fights, 9 Disruptors falling. That's crazy. herO, look after your balls, Pappy. Look after them. Don't be so careless. That's keeping you in this game. Here once again flanking the army. Once again, he's had these better engagements here in the center. Rushing on forward. Catches the lib. Oh, we'll bleed out the Disruptor though. Let the Disruptor just go down. You're not finding those connections. Barely not. As he will lose another Disruptor down to 1. Oh, 1 Disruptor left here. He's running out of gas. Another Disruptor goes down. 0 Disruptors remaining. He has no gas income. Just now pulling in. He can't afford anything. Yeah, here he's broke. Here he is broke. I mean, broke gas-wise, I should say. Where he has 2k minerals, but that may not matter. Yeah, Clem, he snowballs out of control. He takes a better fight within the freedom, within the liberation zones. And Clem, he will snowball out of control. I mean, Clem, he took a lead like 10 minutes ago. Like, he's been ahead for a long time, but it was crazy how herO made a game out of this. Very impressive. herO just mass expanding, taking better fights in the center. It was an impressive comeback out of herO, but it still wasn't enough. As the base is gonna fall. Again, herO, he never took these gases. That's why herO just ran out of gas in more ways than one. Just mass mineral income instead, which has its limitations. And Clem, he has done it. Takes down the 5th, the 3rd. Now going for the kill. Pushing in between the bases, and here just cannot engage. He can warp in Zealots, but that's all he can do. Just warp in Zealots. Now, if he had preserved and conserved those Disruptors, then maybe a different story. He's going for the base trade. It's the only way for herO to win. Going for the base trade. The only chance. But even then, it's just such a late base trade for herO. Moving out across the map, catching reinforcements. And getting on top of the production. Liberation has arrived. herO is trying to deal with this, but these are rough trades for herO. So another base is falling, and another. Here he will lose all of his Stalkers. 1 Stalker left. Zealous is still trading well. Oh my god. Clem collapses on the base. Here he has 1 mining base left. Even then it's not mining. And here he should not be able to win this base trade. Just down to 3 Stalkers. And Clem is racing back home. He's racing back to deal with this army. The production is under fire. In a sense, this is a lot of damage, but it just pales in comparison to what Clem has left over. This has far too much. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. Oh, here we go. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he did have a massive lead here in this game, and things are looking bleak for herO. Basically, the moment that herO lost 4 Colossus. If you remember, when he tried to recall out, when he tried to recall back home, when he lost 4 Colossus on Clem's side of the map, that was basically game then and there, which is why it was impressive that herO, he survived. He survived, he mass expanded, he was popping off, and he was out-controlling Clem when it came to those Disruptors and the Purification Novas and the engagements in the center of the map. It was very impressive. And then herO did it again, where he lost all his Disruptors. He lost 9 Disruptors consecutively, back to back to back. That was brutal. And any kind of momentum that herO had, he lost it. He lost it then and there, but it was really cool to see him recover, and to see him, despite being in a really rough position, bounce back against Clem. Not easy. Not easy to do whatsoever. Able to keep up. And with that, GG. GG will play now, getting into game number 2. Here we go. We go as we are getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have our French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player from South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is herO. Yo, shout out to Senor Jaime Sausage in the chat. I see you. Este SE2 Fool. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, good morning. Buenos dias. As we are getting into game 2 here. And again, based on the performance of herO last game, clearly we can see that he can take it to Clem despite his disadvantages, despite herO falling behind. For him to bounce back there shows us that maybe, well, what if he was ahead? What if he was even with Clem coming into the mid game? We'll see if we can get there. Oh no. SMH my head. Getting called out by my favorite caster. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing that you're known for certain emotes, but yeah. Buenos dias. Good day, good day. Unironically, whenever I think of SE2 Fool, I do think of Jamie. Like you just go hand in hand. I'll be honest. One does not exist without the other. I think of Jamie. I also think of SE2 Fool. Oh god. Este Jaime. As for now, we do have our double gas opener, double gas into a faster factory. Once again, something more aggressive here from Clem, and we'll see what this leads into. Last game, I should say, we had an economic opener from Clem. We had the racks into expansion. This time, more assertive. We'll see what Clem does dive into. Going for a later CC instead. Jaime says hi. Oh no. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Este Jaime. Ooh, as we have our take of choice, bold move out of herO, opening up Stargate. Okay, for the first time this series, Stargate opener, most likely into Phoenix, is hidden behind the main base, or in between the main and the natural. We'll see if herO can keep it hidden. We'll see if Clem can confirm. Back at home, I see a tech lab. Are we going for the Cyclone? Are we going for the tank push? Are we doing the same build? I mean, this is more aggressive, of course, don't get me wrong, compared to last game. But the end goal is the same. Show us the Cyclone. Yeah, medevac is on the way. Medevac is in production. Ooh, Widow Mine. Yes, Clem, he doesn't believe. He doesn't believe it. He dips in, he doesn't confirm what's going on. And Clem, he's going for a mine drop initially instead. Okay, so he's not pushing. He's not going to be hyper aggressive. He's not going for the early Cyclone into tank. What am I, an add-on swap? Riser on Clem. Blue Station does arrive. Okay, Widowmine into tank. We're going for the drop across the map. Going for that Marine Widowmine drop. Clem is transitioning back at home. He's not being anywhere near as aggressive this time. And here he should be able to get away with the Stargate. And again, successfully has hidden it. He has hidden the Stargate. He fully walled off here in the main base. He had his Stalkers, of course, on patrol here at the natural. Clem has no idea what's going on. And here he's amassing Phoenixes. And so far, he's getting away with it. It's difficult. It's difficult to get away with Stargate play. It's very difficult. But so far, it's pulling it off. Oh. Phoenixes, they dive in. They shut down the Widow Mine. And they do shut down the drop as well. So last Clem, he is punished. Now we're just moving out across the map. Making a beeline for the bases. Viking production has begun. Remember, there is no Cyclone. Clem didn't think he needed one. So no Cyclone back at home. herO, he's committing. Yo, he wants to go for the kill. He wants that tank. There's going to be one Viking. Hellion gets caught. We have to save one lift at least for that tank. So herO, he wants the army. Catch out some of those Marines. He already wasted his lifts though. Yeah, did waste the lifts. No lift left. Oh my god. And Clemmy will punish. There we go. One Phoenix has arrived. Now we can lift up the tank. It was late, but it's there. And the tank will fall. No, this could have been cleaner, is what I will say. This could have been cleaner from herO. If he didn't waste the lift on a Marine. And Clem is holding. Clemmy's holding on. Never mind. Clemmy's broken. GG gets called. I was like, there's no lifts, but nah, it gets broken. And herO ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, herO catching Clem completely off guard with Mass Phoenix. As a reminder, herO, he put so much effort into hiding those Phoenixes, into hiding them, into preserving them. And when he showed his hand, he sent everything across the map. Towards the end, he was running out of units, but at the same time, he did reset the tank count, and there just wasn't really much left over for Clem. So Clem did tap out. He was broken. And with that, we have a tied series. We have a tied 1-1 scoreline. We're going to game 3. We are going to game 3. And we're loading into El Dorado. And all that I'm happy with here is that we have a series. We have a series. We have it back and forth. It's all we wanted. Ideally, we want an ace match. True. That is the ideal, to go all the way to game 5. But the pressure is on. And I don't see herO going Stargate again for quite some time. Again, that was a cheeky build to hide the Stargate, to hide the Phoenixes. I don't see us doing that again, at least not until like a game 4 or a game 5. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. We go. Welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado being one of the more quirky maps in the map pool. You do have options with how you want to expand, with how you want to approach this game. Last time we were here, herO, he did take the triangular third base. He was able to gain map control, rush into the gold as well, and just contain Cure. He was just able to contain Cure and starve him out. Cure, he eventually broke out, and we saw him have a really strong moment when he moved out across the map and when he caught out all the disruptors. True, that did happen. But outside of that, herO was able to maintain map control. We'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if he can end up in a similar scenario. We'll see if Clem will let him. This time, single gas, going for the faster CC. So Clem is going for the faster expansion. As a reminder, last game, it did look like Clem, he was thinking about going for a rush and going for an early Cyclone into early tank last game. But because he didn't confirm the Stargate, he second-guessed himself and he deviated away. Did pivot away, went for the wood mine drop instead, and he got completely shut down. This time we'll keep an eye on Clem. Now Marine first. He's going to be scouting. Going to be checking for the proxy. Does move out. Checks the linear third. Making sure there's no shenanigans. Before pulling back. Now, when it comes to herO's tech, I would imagine Twilight Council play. Like, no shot he gets a Stargate 2 games in a row. No shot. I don't believe it. We'll keep an eye on herO. Going for the hallucination. Back across the map, we do have reactor marine production. This is going to lead into a tech lab, and we'll see if we go for the early Cyclone or not. We'll see how Clem makes use of that factory. Does he go Cyclone? Does he go Widowmine? Hallucination does confirm the later factory, the more economic build of Clem. Ooh, and upon confirming, he's going for the Stargate. Again, later factory means later Cyclone production. This is a big gamble, but I think here he's hoping that maybe Clem doesn't open Cyclone. But that is a tech lab on the way. I know that last time we saw this, it was a Widowmine opener, but this should be Cyclone play. We'll keep an eye on here. Sorry, on Clem. What does he go for? Hero moving out, pushing towards that natural. There it is, Cyclone from Clem. No shot. Now, is Clem gonna gamble? Do we go Cyclone into tank into medevac? No shot. Does he go for it? Oh. Unloading the hallucination, providing high ground vision. Stalker taking a lot of hits. Hero dancing with the army. Tech lab, no medevac. Tech lab for the starport. Which means Clem, he's not being aggressive. He's not moving out. Which means Hero, he gets away with the Phoenixes. He gets away with it once again. No shot. Phoenixes are building up, and he's under no real danger, to be honest. Like, there's nothing here that can threaten him. You can see here we have tank production. We have a early Raven. This is for Raven harass across the map. Let's keep an eye on Hero. But there's no medevac, which means there's no move out. So Hero is safe. Is safe. Clem also has no idea, right? Clem, he has no idea what's going on. He has seen nothing so far. Clem is playing blind. But the advantage of this is that he does have a lot of tank production early on. What I mean by that, typically we'd open up with a Widowmine drop, for example, to at least get some scouting information. But zero scouting from Clem. Earlier tanks instead. Building up his tank count, Atom Swap into bioproduction. Meanwhile, Hero going Phoenix into Colossus. Very old school. Phoenix Colossus opener here at a Hero. This was very trendy a couple of years ago. By a couple, I mean like 1 year ago, maybe 2, or like a year and a half. Observer dips in. Observer gets an eye in the army. Does spot the researching tech lab. Expanding towards Clem. Which also means he has access to the gold. True. Gaining access to the gold base. What's important is that here he has still yet to reveal his Phoenixes. He did not go to harass or pick up some SCVs. He's been building them up back at home. And because of this, there's a chance that Clem might go for Raven harass or a drop across the map. There's a chance that Clem might move out, and because he doesn't know what he's moving into, we'll lose everything. We'll lose something. Now Clem is just stuck at home. Getting a third CC. Being very defensive. Raven gets spotted. Hero knows. He knows there's a Raven. And now, finally, for the first time, he will reveal himself. Will show his hand. Heads for the main. Goes to the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Yeah, massive pickups. Getting 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, he's getting out of hand. And again, the reason why is because Clem had no idea. He had no idea there was no turrets, no Widowmines, no Marines, no nothing in position. Clem, he gets caught off guard. Caught with his pants down by the Phoenixes. 10 SCV kills. And Hero gets away. And he doesn't lose anything. He loses nothing. Does pull back. Hero takes a lead. And Clem, now he knows. Now he's like, I could have punished you earlier. I could have done something more aggressive. Clem, he failed to do so. And Hero, now he's up to 2, soon to be 3 Colossus. Here we go. Build up his velocity count. Clem, better pull them pants back up again. True. Get some suspenders back. Some suspenders or a belt or something. But again, he just had no idea. Now he's building back up. Now he's moving out. But again, he's moving into triple Colossus. Here he does spot this with Zilnaga. He's aware. He does spot the main army. At the same time, does try to catch reinforcements. Getting out behind Clem. Oh! Does get caught out. One piece goes down. Nice catch. The Water Mine. Mine shot goes off as well. Brutal connection. 2 Phoenixes. Hero overextending. He will lose 2 Phoenixes. Gets behind the mineral line. Goes for the natural. Gets an SCV, and he's keeping the Terran army busy. Across the map, we have some auto turrets. Oh, Hero, he knows there's a Raven. He wants it. Does want that Raven. Clem, likewise, going for his own drop. And might even intercept. Who catches who? Yeah, they both respond. They both do respond. Clem, he saves the Raven. That's what this drop was. Nice moves. Does save the Raven. Hero rushing into Sky with the scan. The scan does reveal the carriers, the Sky Toss. He knows. He does see the carriers on the way. Hero, he's crazy. Rushing into carriers. And Clem knows he has to move in. He knows he has to push. Now is the time. Clem, can he break Hero before Sky Toss arrives? Does get the natural. Does him with the ramp. Hero is getting pulled apart here. They can't hold on. The natural is being broken. The 4th base has a kill, not a cancel. Here he cannot keep up. Losing far too much, even getting supply blocked. And Clem is going for the kill. He's just going for the kill here and now. Stepping forward. Does step forward. Again, this third base so exposed. Is a wide arc. And doesn't quite commit yet. He is close to maxing. Here, he's still supply blocked, just now breaking out. Ay, ay, ay. And here, he's contained to 3 bases. He's contained, he's trapped. Clem stems in, takes down the Robo. Punishes the Phoenix. Here is trying to keep up. Trying to. I mean, his main army is very robust. That is true. There's carriers, there's Colossus. Has potential. And the reality here is that Hero, he might just stay on 3 bases and max out. Right? It's possible. He could just stay on 3 bases, max out, take a slower 4th base, and look for one big fight. That is an option here for Hero. Now going for the gold. Clem, he spots it. He responds. He responds to the gold base. Hero out of position. He missed the rotation. Well, he did misread the rotation. And the base is denied. You know what? Clem has free reign, taking another base. He'd be greedy. Hero pulls away. And again, it's just slow, methodical gameplay from Hero. Hero, he's down, what, 30 supply. But he's slowly catching up. Force to cancel. Is forced to cancel. Does activate cloak. Hero forcing Clem back. Hero, he shouldn't chase this though. He should not chase this. He's going for it. Goes to the slow zone. Vikings, they shut down the mothership. And they're going hand. The Colossus, they do well here against the ByuN. They trade well. The carriers, they break through. And here he breaks the main army. He has to keep going. At this point, if we commit, yeah. Oh no. He's being forced into a base trade. Clem, he shuts down the natural. There's no turning back for Hero. It's all or nothing. And this might be enough. You know, I didn't have faith in the carrier counts, but hey, with 6 carriers, anything is possible. I need to respect the carriers back. Oh my god. As we are moving in. And again, here he's all in. He has to go for the kill. He has to go for the main base. Massive EMP goes up. The turret is helping. Yeah, 1 carrier goes down. Oh, the carriers are pulling one after the other. Down to 3. Only 3 carriers left. Oof. Meanwhile, across the map, Clem running out of steam. Running out of army. GG gets called. herO, he takes over the main. And no shot. herO with a 3-base all-in takes a lead. GG. I'll be honest, I thought the drop across the map was still going. I thought he still had momentum there, but no, it got cleaned up. It got cleaned up. Clem had nothing left. And again, the kill move is camp the production. Is break into the main base, camp the production. GG. With 3 carriers left, herO, he takes it. Congratulations. Congratulations. herO takes the lead in the series. 1 more game is all herO needs. Oh my god. Crazy. And again, herO, he was in a really rough position. Remember, he was all in. He didn't have a 4th. He was denied the 4th base time and time and time again. He was stuck on 3 bases. He had no economy, but he had a large army. He had a large army, and alas, he was forced into the base trade. He was able to defend back at home. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Here we go. You have little faith. I did have little faith in the carriers. It's true. It's true. I had little faith. I should have. I mistake. Mate, 6 carriers. They're crazy. They're cracked. And with that, so we're getting into potentially the final game of the series. I hope we can go to the ace match, but the pressure is now on the Terran, as spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. WBG leading the series 2-1. It is herO. Sit in the base the whole game, do nothing, A move, profit. Are you referring to Clem? Clem, he was staying back at home, but if you remember, that did hurt him in the end. If you recall, the game started with herO going for a Stargate opener into Hidden Phoenixes, where herO took a lead early on. If you recall, he was able to take a lead. He was able to get a mineral line, or almost a mineral line, and catch Clem off guard. Then we had the follow-up, of course, with Clem moving out. He was able to break down the 4th base time and time again. But herO, because of his early lead, that's why he was allowed to take up into SkyToss. In a regular game, that wouldn't have happened. But thanks to the early Phoenixes, he was able to cut those corners. He was able to rush into that SkyToss and get into that greater army. As we do have a little bit of latency. Hopefully everything's okay. We're more than happy to wait. All good. More than happy to wait here. And again, ideally, we have an ace match. Ideally, Clem is able to win this game. We can bring it all the way to game 5. But the pressure is on. And we're loading into Amygdala. Now, on a larger map like Amygdala, it is more viable to open Stargate. And herO, he did play Stargate 2 games in a row. But a lot of that was kind of subverting expectations. Again, Clem, 2 games in a row now, he did misread, he didn't scout, and he's been caught off guard by Phoenixes. It's happened 2 games in a row already. It's not gonna happen 3 games in a row, right? Like, I feel like at this point, yes, we're on a large map, we gotta play Twilight Council. Like, it feels too risky to play Stargate 3 games in a row. I feel like Clem should open Cyclone this time. Should open Cyclone. Should open more aggressively. Speaking of, yep, double gas opener, faster factory. It is a more aggressive build this time from Clem. And I think this time it's going to be more difficult for herO to hide that Stargate. Here we go. Question is, who is Amygdala? The question is, how is Amygdala? Or why is Amygdala? Look after your brains. Look after them. That's it now. There's that CC. CC here towards that low ground. Again, a later CC in favor of the faster factory. Oh, nice cutting with the Reaper. Very nice. And there it is, a Twilight Council out of herO. We expected this. Again, like after 2 games of hidden Stargate play, now we get a Twilight Council. This does make sense. It is a safer response just because the chances of a Clem punishing Stargate play is a lot higher this time. Ooh, as the Reaper does not get into the main. Reaper is denied. It's going to be denied. Back at home, and Clem going to be opening up a no-tech lab, a reactor marine, into a drop across the map. So Clem, he's shaking up his opener. No-tech labs. Likewise, herO throwing down an extra gateway. He's going for the gateway. Into blink. We'll see how Clem will follow this up as we're going for the first drop across the map. Now, the purpose of this drop is, one, to get damage, that's true, but also to scout his opponent. And you can see he is hard switching into anti-air, Viking, and Cyclone. He is ready for the Stargate play. Unfortunately, this time, it is not Stargate. This time, no Phoenixes. But I don't blame Clem after the last 2 games. Which is why I do appreciate that herO didn't play Stargate this time. So Clem basically almost hard countering Stargate opener. Stalkers will arrive, mine shot yet to go off. Oh, played out by the sentry. Pylon goes down, but herO, he will hold. He will hold. Oh! Nice control there out of Clem. Pulls away. Does pull back. Upon seeing all the Stalkers, Clem, he can assume it was a Twilight Council opener, otherwise it would have been an Oracle or a Phoenix revealed early on. And we can see, ooh, interesting, herO going for the gases before expanding. So he's building up to 4 gases, that's going to be a Bay and Colossus, a supply block as well, before the 3rd. So very tech-heavy play out of herO. I think this is because he's assuming aggression out of Clem. I think that is a decent assumption to make. But it's going to hurt herO in a longer game, as the 3rd base is delayed for herO. So delayed 3rd base. Likewise, Raxes are building up. Is that misplaced? It does look misplaced. I think it is. This is why, like, earlier I zoomed in because I was looking at this. I didn't want to make, like, I didn't want to accuse herO, but I'm pretty sure this is off center. Yeah, it is. It is. It is too far to the right. There's a massive gap here. You know what? herO, he's just giving Clem a handicap. He's like, you know what? Who needs efficient mining anyway? I mean, herO would, but I mean, it's already a late 3rd base to begin with, and now it's off center, which is less than ideal. So, yeah, that's not too good. It'll be that much more impressive if herO can win this game, is what I will say. It'll be that much more impressive. Behind this, do you see what I see? I see 2 more Raxes. So if you recall earlier, I was talking about how this opener out of herO delayed the expansion in favor of faster Colossus and in favor of just earlier Colossus production in general, which is going to be ideal against an aggressive build. Speaking of aggressive builds, he's hiding his Raxes. He is hiding his Raxes behind the mineral line. This is looking like a 2-base all-in. Yeah, no 3rd TC. There's the Unsiege. We're moving out. A big commitment here from Clem. If he wanted to, he could pull the boys with this. And it's all or nothing. And again, good read out of herO, but he doesn't see the move out. The Observer does not see. He has 2 Observers in position. He barely catches Clem with the tank. Sees the tanks. Does he know? Does he know what's going on? Was that enough of a tell? He catches some glimpse. He's double expanding. No shot. He's double expanding. He's crazy. Against a 2-base all in. Ay, ay, ay. herO, pull up your pants. They're down, but he's not ready. He's not ready for this. No shield battery. No, sorry. There is one shield battery behind this. Auto types get thrown down. Clem is pushing in. Tanks are sieged. And again, it's all or nothing for Clem. The Colossus, they're kiting well. Again, the power of the Robo Opener, or the Faster Bay, I should say. Colossus, they trade well. herO buying time. Technically, if herO loses this space, he can always rally towards the gold. True, I guess. As the expansion is under fire. Drop into the main. Oh my god, mine shot's going up. herO, can he shut this down? He's getting onto all the Widow Mines. Widow Mines are falling. Colossus, they just rain down on the army. Clemmy stims in, and no shot herO. He's holding on. The Colossus. He does well enough. Ooh, the drop in the main base gets 12 probes though. It's a lot of economic damage. Does force a recall. Base under fire. Colossus exposed, he gets one, he gets two as well. Yeah, towards the end, Clem, he finally finds that damage. Ah, that should not have happened. Takes down two Colossus, takes down the base. herO, he almost held beautifully here. It was crazy. But that drop forced a recall, and herO is being pulled apart. Is being pulled apart here. And Clem is going to keep pushing. I mean, he has to, right? Like, Clem, he has no follow-up. He has no upgrades, takes down the final Colossus. And Clem, he has barely broken the back of herO. Another Colossus does arrive. Charge is done, true. Collapse on top of the tank. Tank is under fire, but the Colossus takes a lot of hits. And trying to get us around, trying to go for another warp in. Warp in is denied. Boys are being pulled. And Clem, he does punish the greed. It was close though, I'll be honest. If it wasn't for the drop into the main, I think herO would have held. And that would have just been game. But GG gets called, and Clem, we're forced in the ace match. He does have the series 2-2. We're going to game 5. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Clem does tie things up, and we're going all the way to that ace match. And again, herO, he almost had a very impressive defense at that third, and I do believe he would have held if he wasn't forced to recall, if he wasn't forced to defend in the main base against that one drop that allowed Clem to catch both Colossus off guard, to catch herO unawares. That was crazy. GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Maybe it's an anti-siege tank strike? No, not at all. No. that's cope, Pappy. That's cope. We don't have to cope for herO. He's a great player. Messes up sometimes. It happens. He's human, Pappy. He's human. So many lost pants. So many. Crazy. GG. Again, unfortunately, when it came to that all-in as well, herO, he had two observers, and they barely saw, like, a tank here and there, a medevac here and there. It does look like herO wasn't looking at the time, though, so despite these two observers catching barely, like, a glimpse of the all-in, it looks like herO wasn't fully aware of it, and, of course, it did catch him off guard. Despite that, again, I still want to emphasize that herO, he almost defended at that third base. It was crazy with those three Colossus. But almost wasn't quite enough. And now here we go, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. We need to open a clothing store to sell replacement pants. I like how the solution to the pants being down is to get them new pants instead of just fixing the issue and just getting them some belts or some suspenders, or just tying them up in some way. Get them some new pants back. They're lost. They're gone. Never to be seen again. What is happening to their pants? What's going on? I don't know. Crazy. Duckling ties. I always felt like a tie would look good on you, Neo. A duckling tie. Always, always. Ah, it's classy. I'm still waiting for the duckling robes, to be honest. I would love a duckling robe. I would wear it and nothing but the robe when casting. 100%. 100%. Be beautiful. Just go pantsless and you won't be surprised. Oh no. Not like this. So now we're settling in. If we fix the problem, we can't constantly sell them more pants. True, true. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Buy them more pants. As we're getting to the ace match, of course, welcome one all to King's Cove. King's Cove being one of the... Oh, that's... Jesus, this Reaper cliff is massive. Is the entire thing a cliff face? I think it is. Oh my god. As we are going to be opening up on King's Cove, one of the larger maps in that pool. herO on a larger map. Oh, he gets scouted though. For the first time this series, herO plays Stargate and Clem instantly scouts. It's time. What do you have for us? Double gas opener, faster factory, show us the tech lab, show us the cyclone, show us the tank truck. As Clem, this time, for certain, he knows it's a Stargate. This time he knows early on, this time we punish. Give us a cyclone, give us a medevac, give us a tank. Give us the... Oh, sorry, I thought that was a third TC. He's crazy. My apologies. I mean, he is opening up cyclone. That's a third TC. ByuN, is that you? ByuN, you should be in bed. What's happening? That's a third TC. That's not a natural. He's crazy. That's a third TC before starport. So very greedy build here by Clem. This is not unseen. We do see this by ByuN. That's why I brought him up. ByuN, he's very fond of this build. And on a large map like King's Cove, this makes sense. Meanwhile, Stargate opener Oracle into charge. Not into Phoenixes. Into a fast third. It's all about cutting corners. It's all about being greedy here. Fast third base out of herO. Insanely fast third base out of Clem. We're just cutting corners and rushing into a greater economy. And we have no idea. Like, herO didn't scout. Clem, I mean, he did. But herO doesn't know what's going on. And, yeah. We're just jumping into this. Head first. Let's go. So, very greedy build here by Clem. Again, going for a 3cc into 311 into a delayed starport. Focusing on building up his upgrades. Likewise, herO fast third base into his upgrades. I assumed it was going to be charge. My apologies. It's going to be Oracle into Blink Stalkers instead. Into delayed blink. In towards the mid game. Now, as we get into the mid game, the question becomes who's being greedier. And I want to say Clem. I want to give Clem the edge here to rush into such a fast third TC. I think that is going to surpass the third base of herO. It's going to come down to whether or not herO can establish his fourth and hold on to the fourth base. Likewise, I would imagine it's going to come down to whether or not Clem can punish that fourth base as well. So I feel like that's where the main point of contention is going to be. It's going to come down to the fourth expansion. Now going for the add-on swaps, getting to stim. I'll fund the road. Ah, no. Ah, no. I used to wear robes when casting. Right now it's too hot, like we're in the summer. But I think there's some old casts out there where I used to wear robes. Yeah. It's all about being comfortable, you know? Mate, if you're working from home, you know, let it all free. Let it... Oh, God. Ah, no. You'll never know. It's fine. Need to get the S2 players to be models for pants. We'll make it happen. Next GSL. As for now, Oracle does dive in. Does hit the third. Oh, getting a couple of SCVs. It's gonna be two. It's gonna be three SCVs going down. Nice pickups. Nice pickups so far. Again, here he's now aware of the faster third base. I mean, it's already in orbital, already getting saturated. So Clem, he is about to benefit from that boosted economy. It takes like a minute or so, but right now this faster third base is not really coming into play yet, but soon it's going to be reflected in the supply. And Clem, he's going to skyrocket ahead in that supply as well. herO taking the center expansion. It's going to be quite exposed. There's multiple angles of attack. We mentioned this before, but the fourth base is difficult to defend on King's Cove. And here comes Clem. He's pushing. Can he deny that expansion? Can he deny the third? Oh, sorry, the fourth, I meant to say. Now moving in. Army gets spotted. Stasis gets baited out by the Cyclone. Oracle will catch some reinforcements. Oh! Pulling back. Pulling away. What does herO have to defend? herO has 11 Stalkers. There's no Colossus. I assumed we were going to be getting Colossus early, but here he's not ready for this whatsoever. He's got a Gateway Army. He does blink in, takes down the tank, but the Bio Army is going to punish this so hard. As Zelda falling, and Clem, he can stim, and he can win. And there's just not much here that can stop him. Not much that can slow him down. Colossus is still on the way, and without it, herO, he cannot touch this army. He cannot touch it. Boys are being pulled. Zealot's being thrown away. The Colossus has arrived, but is there enough support for it? As Clem is trying to stem forward. Yeah, still rattling across the map. Takes down the expansion. Going for the dive. Going for the Colossus, and he will get it. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. And herO, he just wasn't ready. Just wasn't ready for this push. Wasn't ready for the move out. The pants were down, Pappy. They were down. Oh, no. Now, he will chase this down. And herO, he does survive. But he had to pull the boys. He lost the Colossus. He is holding on. He's forcing this back. Whew. We're still in this. herO, he's still in this game. He's in a rough position, but he lives. And hey, what's important? May have lost some workers. Saves the expansion. Saves the Nexus. And now taking a 5th. Let's go. Taking a 5th base. herO, he survives. Going for a Zealot Rum at the same time. Clem, not much at home. herO, he has potential. Clem's being active. Zealots, they're going to be slipping in. Headed for that mineral line. And SCVs are going down. Can we even force a cancel? Not quite. Clem races back home. SCVs are falling. Getting 5 so far. There's that recall. And here he escapes with most of the Zealots. They do recall back home. And what's important here is that Clem, because he had to race back home, herO gets a 5th. The 5th base gets up. So we have a game, we have a back and forth. Gets a 5th base, now double disruptor production. His production well underway. He is building up. And Clem, he has missed that window. He missed that window of opportunity to punish herO. We mentioned the big point of contention was whether or not the 4th base would be broken. The answer is no. The 4th base was not broken. And now herO, he has gained map control. He has a booming economy. And now the turns have tabled. Now it's on Clem to hold on to his 4th. As here comes herO. herO moves out. Army gets spotted. herO catching a Viking. Uphealing of Zealots going towards the mineral line. Yeah, SCV's under fire. Clem, he's caught outside at the 4th. Yeah, he cannot defend. He cannot protect that 3rd base. SCVs are going down. Nice force fields, locking down a portion of the army. Zealots wreak havoc. They get 8 SCV kills. Get 8 SCVs. herO, he pulls away. Building up more disruptors. So far, better trade for herO. Same time, Mindrill comes in. Oh, the disruptors! Oh, once again, disruptors, they get called out. Novas, they do not connect, and a massive fight here for Clem. Focuses down every disruptor, every Colossus. herO, he wasn't paying attention. He wasn't looking. Neither were we. And Clem takes a beautiful fight. herO, he plummets in supply. Do I want to look at what died? 3 disruptors and 2 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. He stims in, takes down the disruptor. That's going to be 3 disruptors now. And that was the backbone of the army. That was everything that herO had built up. Zealots are holding on. Catching out the ghosts. Getting 1, getting 2. 2 ghosts go down. But these are still rough trades. Oh. Decent Nova. Nova does connect. We have 2 more Novas behind this. herO, can he hold on? Can he buy enough time to recover? Pressure's on herO. He's barely hanging on. This also just shows how large the map is. Like, herO, he lost his entire robot army, and by the time the army gets across the map, herO, he has 2 more disruptors, right? Like, the rush to supply ground is just so long, it gives you so much time to rebuild. So much time to warp in. There's a reason why we get a lot of late game on this map. It's just so difficult to press an advantage. And to snowball out of control. It's difficult to snowball. It goes both ways. This time here, he is paying attention. Focusing to the main army. He's got, what, 4 more disruptor shots. And he's collapsing on the bio. Yeah, better engage from herO. Novas, they pop up. Decent connections. Oh my god, better towards the end. Up. And forcing out splits. Clem, he's breaking through. Next through the initial army. Likewise, here he reinforces with more zealots. Massive EMP does connect. Up with the Novas. Novas are still solid. Raising the army towards the end. One disruptor goes down. Still a back and forth trade. Another disruptor gets caught out. Nice catch. Gets one more. And I believe here he reset the Viking count. There's 1 Viking left over. So now we're going back to Colossus. Lost their viable once again. Novas, a crazy army, but still the army just tims in regardless. Clem still keeping up, getting a 5th expansion. He's maintaining his losses. Likewise, herO, his disruptor count was reset down to 0. 2 more robos. Getting up to quadruple robo production. Still very tense back and forth. Now Clem is taking up a little bit further. He's working towards Liberators. We have the Fusion Core on the way into Liberator production, which will help. Until then, the Viking count is still very low. Again, Clem, he did stop Viking production for quite some time. Losses, they can trade well. Oh. AP pops up. Despite that, the lasers, they shut down the Ghosts. The Ghosts are exposed. They're going down one after the other. Massive pickoffs. Yeah, so many Ghosts go down. Oh, despite that, have we overextended? We have. Clem sims in, takes down 2 Colossus. There's 2 left. herO has to pull away. Has to pull back, has to retreat, gets the hell out of here. herO, he was able to kill 7 Ghosts. But once again, wasn't enough to break through. Once again, it takes a long time for reinforcements to arrive. So herO has to pull away. Does have a couple of reinforcing gateways, but wasn't able to fully make use of them. Wasn't able to. Coming out once again. Fusion Core is done. No Liberators yet. Just focusing on Viking production initially. herO does collapse in. Has to respect that Viking count. Colossus, they should be going down. What about the Novas, though? Novas are looking decent. Colossus do fall. But it's mainly Viking. And mainly Vikings left over. Not much on the ground. Now would be a good moment for herO. As this is the ground army. Just 1 Ghost, a handful of Marines, handful of Marauders. herO, he's maxed out. And Clem, he's broke. He has nothing left. He doesn't have much left. herO, he commits. Ooh, bit of friendly fire. Going for the planetary. And the planetary is going to fall. And once again, trying to cripple the economy. He's going to trade out his Immortals, though. Clem fights back. Catching out those Stalkers. Novas, decent connections. Oh my god. They do trade. And again, this is an army that Clem, he can't really afford to replace. herO has a bank. He has a massive bank, at least mineral bank. Clem less so. Bit of a miss rally. Yeah, bit of a miss rally here from herO. Expensive loss. herO doesn't have that much gas. Bear that in mind. Trading out Zealots. Trading out his Zealots, trying to set up us around. Doesn't pull it off. Warping in 11 Zealots at a time. herO getting a little bit wasteful here. Once again, rallying in. Bleeds out another Disruptor. It's another Disruptor falling. But I do appreciate once again the transition back into Colossus. Colossus once again on the way. Viking count once again was reset. herO, he's maxed out. And Clem, he's up against the wall. herO, he's on 100 probes. I would say too many workers. But regardless, he still has a massive army. He will still overwhelm. Catching out Clem. I mean, you could argue that the series could have ended sooner. But herO has been able to bring it back. herO now pushing forward here in the ace match. And he should have too much. He should be able to overwhelm. There's just not enough left here for Clem. He's got some ghosts remaining. Still waiting for those reinforcements. Colossus trading well, still no Vikings. And Cells, they have arrived. They're distracted by the mineral line. Colossus are going down. Clem, he's fighting his heart out here. Takes down the Colossus, takes down the Immortals. It's just an awkward fight for herO, but he does focus on the mineral line instead. The army survives, but the mineral line doesn't. And Clem is down to 43 SCVs. And the Cells, they just don't stop. Oh my god. They just keep coming. They keep going. They go for the mineral line, they go for the SCVs. 27 SCV kills. And we just keep warping in 11 Zealots at a time. They just keep coming and they don't stop. They don't stop back. GG gets called, and herO, he will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday 24 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO and his Zerg toss, his swarm toss, that bappy swarm toss. Oh my god. GG, well played. herO, he does overwhelm. He does claim the series 3-2, becoming our champion. Again, this is a relatively popular style now to stay on a low gas counts. It is always concerning whenever I see it, just because your gas count is so low, it means that every disruptor is so valuable to you. It's so valuable because you have limited gas. You have very limited gas and very limited just robo production in general. So seeing herO lose so many disruptors throughout the course of that game and throughout the course of this series is just, it's very uneasy. It's very uncomfortable. I think it's like Pappy, can we afford to lose this? Like, this is getting dicey. But alas, because of King's Cove, Clem, he had a really hard time outside of the early game being aggressive, right? He never really pushed out across the map. He was stuck on his side of the map thanks to the size of the map as well. There were some rough moments for herO, but whenever he would lose too many disruptors, Clem just had a hard time punishing. He had a really hard time punishing herO, so herO, he could afford to make those mistakes, and they were mistakes. There were mistakes from herO, but he could afford them, he could replace them, he could replenish. That's the map for you. That's King's Cove. On a smaller map like Ultra Love or Whispers of Gold or Ley Lines, it's harder to get away with that because the punish is so quick and so fast. On King's Cove, less so. Which is also why we see more vetoes on this map. We often see this map vetoed. In a best of 5, less vetoes. With that, GG. GG, well played. herO, he will claim the series, will advance on. Congratulations. And my condolences to Clem, but I'm sure Clem will have another chance at redemption later on tonight. For those that are curious, herO, he has been going full degen for the past 3 weeks. What does that mean? herO, he has been staying up, pulling an all-nighter, and playing in every single open cup he can on Mondays. So he plays a WardiTV Monday, into Monday Night Weekly, into Pigasaur Monday. 3 weeks in a row, plays in all 3. And I have been asking him during Pigasaur Mondays, I'm like, mate, have you slept? He's like, nah. He's like, I am so tired. He is so tired when he plays in Pigasaur Monday because he just goes for a full marathon of tournaments. He is one of the only that does it. One of the only players that does do the full marathon. So shout to herO, of course, for having the dedication, the passion, and the degen-ness of playing in all 3. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. Let's catch it. GG, well played. Insta 11 Zealots, 100%, 100%. How's it possible that Terran can put up such a fight with fewer bases? My god. I apologize if I didn't make it clear, but what I was referring to when it came to this quote-unquote Swarm Toss style is that the Protoss player is working with a very cheap army. This is where we talk about this a lot when it comes to ZVP or roach-based armies, but you know, the quote-unquote the soup does lie. What that means is that the supply is misleading. The supply is very misleading when it comes to the quality of army, and it does mean that one player has a more efficient army than the others. So even though herO had all these bases, even though herO he was close to maxing out, his army was worse than his opponents, which is why we saw the fights be as close as they were, because herO's just working with just a really cheap, very throwaway army. As you saw, he was warping in wave after wave of zealots and replacing it and replenishing it because it's designed to die, right? Like it's a very different kind of style. So I do apologize if I did not make that clear. We go. Most people on Reddit who say TOS is weak don't play either. Most people in general don't play. StarCraft 2 is mainly a spectator sport nowadays. Whether it's people on Reddit, whether it's people in Twitch chat, I would guarantee you that most people here don't ladder. They just enjoy watching StarCraft. And they can be quite opinionated as a result, with not necessarily like the best foundation of information of that, but you know, we do our best to try to inform, try to give context, that sort of thing. Here we go. We all know SC2 players are crazy. They tolerate their pants being down in public all the time. Oh no, not like this. herO duels previously against Clem, laying more income in bases. Terran army is just very efficient. Yeah, that's what we were saying. But like, it isn't just that it's more efficient. Like specifically, herO was going for an inefficient army. He chose to stay on low gases and chose not to be more tech heavy. Like it's a stylistic choice. Yes, they are crazy, man. They're crazy. With that, we're wrapping up. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the night. So I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. No me gusta nada, Clem. Hey, Lai, what video editing software do you use? If you're curious, I use Sony Vegas. I guess an older style of Sony Vegas. I guess it's not called Sony Vegas anymore. Vegas Pro. If you're interested in getting and investing into editing software, keep an eye out on Humble Bundle. Like the Vegas, I think it's mainly Vegas, but Vegas so often, like multiple times a year, they go on sale on the Humble Bundle, and you can get it real easy and real cheap through the Humble Bundle, like kind of like deal. If you do miss out on it, then just wait, and again, I'm sure that it's going to come around at some point throughout the year on the Humble store. So yeah, do recommend it. Otherwise, like editing software can be very expensive, but that's why you look out for those deals, pappy. Look out for them. I don't have to use Vegas too often though. It's mainly only whenever like a stream goes down and a VOD gets cut up that we have to like edit together. Otherwise we can just like cut it up, and there's not too much editing that has to go into our VODs on YouTube. Not too much. But we do use Vegas. We do use Vegas. Otherwise, I think there's an open source editor. Can't remember the name though. Yeah, I think there are some free options out there, definitely. And it's also important to note that you don't necessarily need like high-end editing software depending on what you're doing. You can get away with like the bare minimum if need be. Don't Adobe unless you like being robbed at gunpoint. Oh no. Yeah, look out for those sales, pappy. Look out for the humble sales. DaVinci Resolve, I think, has a free tier and is popular. There you go. There you But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it. If you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more content, then consider following us on all the social medias. Oh, un momento. Consider following us. Exclamation mark socials in the chats. We do post on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. Our next cast is going to be here, I believe, in a couple of hours' time. Bam! There you go. We have the updated weekly schedule here. Our next broadcast is going to be the Pixar Monday. That's going to be at 10 a.m. KST. That is going to be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live here on the channel with the Pixar Monday. We do not cast the Monday Night Weekly. Bear that in mind. That is the European Open Cup. That is, of course, organized by TKL, by the French community. So big shout out to TKL and those working behind the scenes. But we don't cast that. We're going to be asleep during that time, and instead we're going to be live during the Pixar Monday instead. Likewise, we have Little League Cup tomorrow evening. That is going to be in under 24 hours. Likewise, we have the OSC Season 12 Championship on Wednesday. We're going to be wrapping up on Friday as well, so look forward to that. We have the Turtle Tussle this week. We have the Pondcast. We have Amantes, KSL, SEL, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. And more events to come. I believe we are getting ready for another broadcast, I believe Sunday or Monday night. So yeah, more to come. What I will say is that our schedule's really jam-packed. As always, we cast every single day. We have plenty of content on the channel. We cast more than anyone else out there when it comes to StarCraft 2. But we should be slowing down a little bit coming into March, which I think is a good thing. I would like some free time to sleep. I can't remember the last time I slept like a proper 8 hours. Like to sleep, to catch up on content, catch up on VODs. I do look forward to March. I say that March should be leaner, but at the same time, March is also when the Star Zagora qualifiers are going to be held. I don't know if we're going to be casting it yet. I still have to get in touch and try to figure out who the organizers are and try to figure out what's going on. But the qualifiers for Star Zagora are during March. They should be played out throughout the entire month. I think every week is a different qualifier for like Europe, America, Korea. Like there's going to be a qualifier for each region. So look forward to that. That's going to be in March in the coming month, leading into the main event itself. So a lot to look forward to. We will try our best to get involved and to jump into that. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, our next cast is going to be again in 10 hours time. Sorry, 9 hours in 9 hours time. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, thank you for watching. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego. See you next time. Follow us on YouTube. We're live on YouTube as well. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. How do you chop it up? Otherwise, oh, sorry, my apologies. I missed that. I missed the question. When you stream onto Twitch and when you cast on Twitch, there is a highlight mode in Twitch where you can go in and you can just like cut up and edit, and it's a bit of a rudimentary system, but you can just cut up and edit and just splice your VOD however you want. YouTube doesn't really have the same system. The YouTube editing, I would say, is a little bit more finicky and it's not as ideal, I would say. But Twitch has a pretty nice like editing system, so you can just like edit the VOD and then you can export to YouTube. So that's typically what we do. If we do have to cut VODs or kind of splice VODs together, then that's when we use something like Vegas or an editing software. But otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow or whenever we see you, whether it's for the Biggest Roll Monday, whether it's for the Little League Cup. I'm sure we'll find you, and I'm sure you'll tune in at some point throughout the week for one of these events. Check out the VODs on YouTube. VODs are no longer a thing on Twitch. We'll see you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.